Okay, so it says that it's live. No, it took away the thing. It's supposed to say, wait, hold on a second, everybody. We will be back. I forgot to hit the loop button. That's why they could still hear us, but people will be coming in. Actually, it says that we're streaming, but my bit rate is terrible. What's going on there? Oh, okay. Yeah, it doesn't read the bit rate the same way when going through this. Anyways, I'm going to go grab my beer, and I will be back in a second.
Sounds good.
Especially since people are, filtering in. Oh, shit. Well, that was close. Hey, boy. What are you doing? You just wake up? Yeah, you did. All right, I am back. I believe you ready to... well, they can hear us anyways.
I am back with my sandwich.
Sweet. Hold on, let me disable the thing. There we go. All right, hello and welcome everybody. I know you could hear us anyways. I don't know how to make it so that we can hear ourselves, but not you. But anyways, had to get that whole thing started, and we are here once again to watch some propaganda. Last time we left off, a good chunk of the way through the John Birch Society, which the John Birch Society propaganda video. And we're just gonna keep on going with that. But I figure we also have to address the fact that there is a whole new reason in the world, since the last time we did this, to talk about propaganda on social media.
You see, Wingstop recently released their new chicken sandwich, and they are once again trying to, get an edge in the. It seems like it never ends. The wars between the fast food sandwiches and chicken sandwiches, and now they're trying to claim victor with their new sandwich. But I mean, Popeyes isn't out of the battle yet, and McDonald's seems to reinvent their sandwich every 5 months now. So. I mean, it's just a shame that like such old conflicts never seem to go away. Like it seems like every generation they just pop back up and more people get involved.
Especially since the fast food began back in around 1948. I believe that's actually when McDonald's was founded.
I remember when the United Nations first drew up the proposed border between Hardee's and Carl's Jr. And we thought, we were so optimistic at the time. We thought that would solve all the problems, but unfortunately, people just decided they weren't happy about that.
And then, one thing led to another, and then all of these bigger chains started buying up everyone and getting involved. That turned into a whole thing in the 60s and early 70s.
Yeah, I mean between the the In-N-Out strip and the the Whataburger banks. I mean, I don't
know. But yeah, obviously this is a strained metaphor about the Palestine-Israel conflict. This is in what was it, last Thursday? It was Saturday, right? When it started?
Yes.
Yeah, the Hamas broke out and went indiscriminately slaughtering folks. and it turned out to be the most Jews massacred since the Holocaust. Um, then, of course, we're seeing retaliation on a scale never before seen in this conflict. And it does seem like it's only going to get worse. Um, there's now stuff about like whether or not Hezbollah up in Lebanon's going to get involved, and that means, what Iran. That's an Iran-backed terrorist organization, and so of course the U.S. is kind of like backing Israel and trying to like prevent Iranian interference. It's a whole mess, all while Gaza is just getting pummeled. Um, we have no idea what the casualty statistics are as of right now, let alone they just started a major offensive like 20 minutes ago. Like, seriously, that quickly. But of course, why this is important in terms of propaganda is that we've seen so much just like actual propaganda. For instance, Hamas has been putting out a bunch of stuff. Hezbollah has been putting out a bunch of stuff. Israel itself, actual propaganda. But then there's also all this kind of like misinformation and disinformation that's going around too. I've seen a bunch of stuff where they like try to make videos of fireworks into like I even saw somebody trying to claim that, like, look at what's happening here in Gaza, and then it shows the freaking Paradise Fire from California like a while ago.
Yeah, I've noticed they've also, but I've seen both sides do this where they'll upload or they'll like post a video of like something terrible that did happen, but it was from something from like years ago, not related to this current conflict.
Yeah, or even like they'll, there's a lot of stuff about that's showing up that's like pictures from 2014, the
Yeah.
last time this was like a I shouldn't say a flare up, because there was like a flare up last year, right? But like the last time there was like a significant flare up, um one that resulted in more than 100 lives lost.
And like I forget which one, but like one senator like posted like, oh, look at this horrible thing conducted by Hamas, but it was actually an Israeli operation to blow up like a building or whatever. And like vice versa, like, oh, look at what Israel did, but then it was a Hamas thing. Like people aren't
Yeah.
even like checking like who's doing the thing in the video.
Yeah, it there's an incredible amount of disinformation and misinformation. The difference, by the way, for the viewer, being misinformation is information that is false or misleading, that is just spread about unbeknownst to the spreader. Disinformation is purposeful.
To remember
No,
the difference, one of them you're missing and the other you're dissing.
um,
Hey,
which
that's true. It's what's happening. That's why they use the roots of the words.
yeah, but also that is kind of like the fundamental difference between um propaganda and like a public service announcement, right? Is is purposely trying to spread a a a belief, right? Um so you can kind of see the difference between misinformation and disinformation as the difference between like a documentary and a piece of propaganda. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, because that's been one of the central questions throughout all of this. Because, um, you know, we start off with, like each of these have been fairly blatant propaganda, right? But like they're starting to become more sophisticated as we go along, and I've seen people try to say that like Top Gun is propaganda because it got funding from not only funding, but it like worked with the military. And like the military, the Navy especially has like used it as like it has like used clips in that as like a recruiting thing.
We gotta defeat our mysterious enemy across the Persian Gulf that we will not state as Iran, but clearly is.
You know, weird thing is, it's also like it looks to me more like the mysterious enemy in the movie is North Korea.
I mean, yeah, like they're not gonna make it exactly Iran, but what a coincidence that I can't tell if it's this American enemy or this American enemy.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
the terrain
American
and all
enemy.
that
Tehran.
seems the no the terrain.
Yeah, I know. It's just
Oh,
yeah.
I get it. Took a bit of processing, but the terrain in that seems to indicate North Korea, but also North Korea has like nuclear weapons, so the whole plot of the movie doesn't really work if you think of it
But
as
wait, are we talking about the first one or the second one?
second one. The first one, who knows? Like this,
Because I was talking about the first one is the one where it clearly seemed like it was Iran.
huh?
You know, like as like especially when you because like they definitely mentioned like the Middle East, and you
Yeah,
know Iran was definitely still in the news in the 80s with the Iran Contra scandal and you know all that stuff and the Iran Iraq war where we were definitely involved in that. So like I don't know, it just seemed like oh who's America's enemy in the 80s? Oh it's not the Soviets, it's Iran. You know.
yeah,
So
yeah.
that's what I got.
I
But
honestly thought from the first one it was China.
well, they would have had nukes too.
Yeah, but the I don't really remember the plot of the first one very well, but the first one I don't think revolved around trying to prevent nuclear proliferation.
Yeah, that's true.
Um, the it's the second one that has that. I've seen the second one much more recently. I saw that one in theaters.
Although
Um,
although if it is China and they do have nukes, it really does emphasize the danger zone. So I mean,
danger zone. But like I wouldn't define that as propaganda, would you?
uh, mm, I
At
my
least in the
heart
strict sense, you know.
my heart is wanting to say yes, but my academic brain is saying, now come on. It's a technicality.
Yeah,
Fine, it's not.
and I wouldn't even call like recruiting ads propaganda,
Oh yes, they
um,
are.
because they're advertisements. They're not propaganda.
Yeah, but I would argue advertising is propaganda.
Well, they are I mean they're literally like symbiotic, but the kind of key difference is propaganda is trying to propagate something, right? That's the key thing.
Yeah,
They're not
but
really
like
trying to propagate a message by recruitment.
no, I disagree. Like the amount of like recruitment ads I've seen where it implies like, oh, what you are doing is, you know, saving all Americans from this, you know, this threat or whatever, which that may not even be what you're going to end up doing in the military.
Mhm.
And that, you know, like
Most
they're
likely not.
yeah, most
I
likely
would
not.
know.
Like it's the same type of propaganda where it's like, you know, were the Soviets like hostile towards us during the Cold War? Yes, but there was still like you know a lot of like Cold War propaganda that kind of like overdid it a little, or they exaggerated certain aspects of why they disliked us. You know,
Yeah.
various things, and I kind of see like not all of them, but like a lot of like military recruitment ads in kind of that same area where they are you know exaggerating what you're going to be get out of it to draw you in
Well, if you're
and to
talking
make
about like you mean like the like job opportunities?
I wouldn't say that's the only thing but like even like the sense of purpose like
Yeah, that
you know because
but I wouldn't say that the ads, like the famous army phrase, "Be all you can be," right? That's more referring to just like, "Hey, you
that's
can
just
have a job."
well
But
yeah that's a slogan I because again I don't want to say like all forms of recruitment because there's many ways you can recruit someone but like
yeah,
I remember
I
seeing like tons of like you know for example like you know ads in the movie theater
mhm. Oh
where
yeah, they still do that.
yeah, like
Um,
that. See, like that is like I think like definitively propaganda.
No,
You know,
because the thing is, they're, at least to my conception, is that they're playing. So, like, to give a specific example, you remember that Marines commercial? I think of it as like the best military ad ever. It was like, and you've got, I am giving it major props when it's a Marine ad rather than Army. Yeah, you remember that one where it's like the guy climbing up the cliff, and in fact, I think we can just find that ad on YouTube real quick and play it. But like this one's very specifically playing off of I guess Marine Corps cliff ad of the climb. That's what it's called. Climb. Yeah, and here's one actually on YouTube by the Marines. So this is just straight up an actual recruiting ad. Hold on a second. Entire screen. That one. Share. Okay, y'all probably will miss who are at least old enough to remember.
Oh God, I remember this one.
The passage is intense, but
That's
if you
Scream.
complete the journey, you will find your destiny among the world's greatest warriors. The few, the proud, the Marines.
Yeah, like that's absolutely propaganda. They're literally promising, like, oh, you're finding your destiny. You will find your true sense of purpose.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that like they're like, that's not the message is not that like you will find your sense of purpose. It's that your purpose will be the core. But like, one, you gotta admit, hell of a commercial. But two, it's not trying to propagate an idea. It's playing off of one that is already present, right? That's the
thing
point
that they're
of
propagating is that you are a part of that idea.
Yeah. Well, they're not propagating that. They're saying like you can be.
Are.
It's different, because now if they were saying like, say they made, well, actually they do this. The Marines put out like so they sometimes will pay for infomercials, which is different from like a regular commercial. That's like that half-hour block that you get at like midnight or like early in the morning when TV stations have nothing else to play.
Sergeant, let me introduce to you the magic bullet as seen on TV. Private, I love the magic bullet. It could make 50,000 different forms of smoothies.
What are you referring to?
Oh, you've never seen the magic bullet infomercial?
No.
It was this infomercial that during the 2000s, like there was a time where there was a 2 in 3 chance that if an infomercial came on, it was the magic bullet. And it was this like 30-minute infomercial where it was like, I guess you could call it a boarding house. Like 12 different people who clearly aren't family are just all living together. And basically the magic bullet is almost kind of like a super efficient blender thing. And so like it, every 5 minutes, one person in the boarding house like walks into the kitchen like, oh man, I'm like so tired. I want to make myself a smoothie, but I'm just like too lazy and tired. Well, I just got the magic bullet. Watch me put strawberries, bananas, ice, and whatever. And
I'm wondering if this is a regional thing.
America?
No, like, obviously I grew up on the West Coast, so like,
no, this was played everywhere. YouTubers have even made memes about it. I mean, granted, you may have actually been overseas during the years it was playing a lot. Maybe
I was only in Afghanistan from 2009 to 2010.
Oh, okay. But
and at that point, I wasn't watching regular television anyways. That like.
Yeah. But basically it kind of became.
I was one of the first 10,000 users on Hulu, for instance. the closed beta. I was actually part of that. So like,
but it basically became a meme because like it started off normal, like, oh yes, we can use this to make smoothies, and we can also use this to make this, and then like, oh, we can grind coffee with it, and then someone's like, man, I'd love an omelet. All right, let's put eggs into it now, and then they pour it. Like, look, it makes omelets. Oh, you want a souffle? Well, let's put the souffle ingredients in the magic bullet. And,
I get
you
the
know,
idea.
it just and so like by the end, he's like, all right, so we've made a 15-course breakfast, lunch, dinner, all day meal using the magic bullet that we've never seen us wash in between the stuff we've made. And we somehow only did it in a 30-minute infomercial. Don't you want the magic bullet? And they spammed it a lot.
It's quite possible that, you know, after about 2007, I had completely stopped watching cable television. So, you know, that might have just been after I ever had the opportunity to watch it.
Yeah.
This Marine commercial, for instance, that thing was playing while I was still in high school for sure.
I definitely remember that one. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember making fun of that part where he's like dangling and he goes,
yeah.
Like I remember making fun of that in high school. But sometimes the military actually makes like infomercials that are meant as like a recruitment, but also as propaganda. That instead of just being a recruitment ad, they're actually trying to propagate something. So like they'll do like a history thing. That was especially in like right when I was joining, like 2005. There was a series of ones from the Air Force that was essentially telling the history of the Air Force, but you know, it's propaganda. So it's purposely framing that history in a way that like is trying to make it seem like, you know, the Air Force has done all these great things for the United States, and of course emphasizes a lot during World War II, which they didn't exist yet, but like, you know, that inaccuracies aside,
Look, it was grandfathered in it. You know,
they were part of the Army. That's Army glory, not fucking Air Force.
Look, it was a force of the Army that was in the air, Cypher. It counts.
It was a corps. Actually, no, they changed the name to Army Air Force in 1942. But it was Army Air Force.
Man, all I can think of is they're in the 2010s like Looney Tunes cartoon where they kind of turned Looney Tunes into a sitcom. There was an episode where like Bugs breaks up with Lola and he's so sad, so he just kind of like walks around the world and like thinks, and he becomes like a hermit or whatever. And he never told Daffy, so Daffy is like, oh my gosh, I have no purpose now with Bugs gone. I'm gonna join the Marine Corps. And so it's just so they just have this bit where like Daffy, you know, there are humans in this world, so he's like half the height and half the weight of like all the other Marines, but he's still doing like
I do not know this show at all. What the hell?
Yeah, that they had like a 2010s. It's called the Looney Tunes Show. They basically made a sitcom version of the Looney Tunes. It's actually funny. I really like it a lot. But Daffy joins the Marines, and what's also hilarious is the only reason he joins the Marines, he's like, I need a new purpose. I want to study Marine life, and then he just joins the Marine Corps. He's like, oh, this isn't what I thought it was at all.
2011. Huh.
Yeah, But anyway, what ends up happening is Daffy just goes through the Marine program and he just becomes an actual Marine. And then Bugs, when wandering the world, ends up getting ends up somehow getting arrested and sent to an Albanian prison. And so there's just this bit where so they have this bit at the end where Bugs is like, you know, he's got like a beard and he's got tally marks on the wall of his Albanian prison cell. And he's like, oh, I miss Lola. I miss life back home. I miss everything. And then you just hear like sirens and epic music and, you know, the door bursts down. It's like, who are you guys? We're the Marines. We're here to take you home. And so they have this like, it's kind of like in the middle of like a recruitment commercial and like a Saving Private Ryan type of opening scene where you just got all these American Marines grabbing Bugs Bunny and hoisting them on their shoulders as they're shooting all these Albanians. And then all of a sudden, like as they hide behind a wall briefly to avoid some fire, they see Daffy there. It's like, Daffy, what are you doing here? He's like, oh, I've been a Marine for the past year. And you know, Daffy Duck's just casually throwing grenades at the enemy and stuff like that. And it's like, but wait a minute. Like, what? Why are you a Marine? Like, well, why are you in an Albanian prison camp? And you know, and then eventually, they run to the helicopter. They throw Bugs Bunny into the helicopter. Daffy gets on like the little what do you call it? Like the little feet of the helicopter, and he's like standing on the feet and holding on. Yeah, he's standing on the skids and holding the top of the roof, and Bugs and Dev's like, "You're safe now. Like you're safe now. We're on our way home." And then he just grabs his automatic gun and just starts, you know, doing the thing where he's firing as the helicopter is like flying away, like, yeah, and he's just like shooting all these bullets, and then it just like immediately cuts to them just like back home, sitcom style, like nothing had ever happened. It's so great.
Apparently, I need to watch this. Yeah, I didn't. I was not watching children's cartoons in 2011. Wow,
actually,
hell of a cartoon.
Actually, just because the scene is like just a minute, there it is in the chat. It's so great.
You should be able to play it, right?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Who are you?
We're the United States Marines. You're coming home.
Bugs? Daffy, what are you doing in an Albanian prison? What are you doing in the Marines? I needed somewhere to go after you kicked me out of the house. I didn't kick you out of the house. Then why did you tell Porky you were helping Lola move? I just told him so I wouldn't have to go to the Peach Festival. You lied? Who told you to lie? You did! You're not a liar! That's my area!
Why is he being picked up?
Know your role!
And you know, it's just never addressed again because it's a sitcom. So it's like, yeah, that happened. You're not supposed to lie. That's my job, Bugs. Know your role.
Yeah. And especially the know your role bit, like that's ooh. Just know your role.
I mean, Daffy's right. He's the one who's supposed to lie and make everything a trouble, not Bugs.
Wow. That was glorious.
It truly was.
But back on topic. Obviously, that's not propaganda. But the Looney Tunes absolutely did engage in propaganda.
Oh yeah.
During World War II. Although I prefer the Disney stuff. But you know, I think the key to defining something as propaganda is whether or not it's trying to propagate a message, like a particular belief, not just, you know, join the military because you be all you could be, or you'll be, oh, when I joined it was Army of One. No, it was Army Strong. Yeah. You know what we called what we
there's
said
Strong and there's Army Strong. Yeah,
No. Do you know what we in the actual service called Army Strong?
What?
It's that smell in your boots you get after a week in bivouac. That's Army Strong.
Ah, yes. Yeah, I remember a commercial from that time where you remember the band Three Doors Down?
Yeah.
They had like this song called like Citizen Soldier or whatever. And
that was a different band. But I
No,
know what
that
you're
was-
talking about.
yeah, Citizen Soldier, and there were a few years where like there were like 3 different army ads that used that song, and it's very clear like, yes, civilian becomes American hero, rescues guy from terrorist cell overseas, and they always there was always like this bit of the song where like we serve, the lines were something like, we serve a flag, never a tyrant or a crown, and then there's a pause before the drums kind of pow back into the song. So of course every single commercial, never serve a crown, and then some sort of like army explosion. Yeah. On that day,
as we've seen, the techniques of propaganda apply just as much to commercials and everything, and in fact are a lot more molded by commercials than the other way around. Well, now I wouldn't say that back in the 30s and 40s, but with television now they have to be brief. They got to be commercials rather than infomercials. But generally, I don't think most military recruitment ads are actually trying to propagate anything besides their numbers.
Yeah, I still wouldn't say like all of it is propaganda, but I would say a lot of it is.
I would say when there was one going around. I remember it was an army commercial that had like a specific like take revenge for 9/11 kind of theme. Like that, I would say it was propaganda. Like that, trying to argue, especially since it was trying to argue that the Iraq, because this was right as the Iraq, so like 2003, like as Iraq was starting.
Put a boot up your ass. It's like the 4th of July.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And like they would specifically make the argument that like the war on terror was an extension of taking revenge for 9/11, and you could argue that with 9/11 with Afghanistan, especially prior to 2011 when we finally got Osama bin Laden. But you can't really argue that with Iraq, at least when viewed without the propagandistic lens. So I would say those commercials especially were propaganda, but like, for instance, all the use of like Top Gun for recruiting purposes, I wouldn't even say that's propaganda. That's just kind of like, look how cool it is. You could be cool. Don't you want to be cool, kids?
But what you fail to realize is that it's propaganda for Tom Cruise.
And his running ability.
That's right, Jack. I may be a Scientologist, but I do my own stunts. Iconic smile.
And then starts jumping up and down on the couch. But yeah, that's the key difference, for at least for me, is that that it has to be propagating a message, and I don't think recruitment ads quite fulfill that.
Clearly, they got to you when you were over there.
Well, I mean, I'm literally arguing against the Iraq War. Luckily, I didn't have to fight in that one. But
yes, because not even they could propagate that over everyone. That was a new low.
I don't know if you remember 2003, but I remember that was like, even in school, which in high school, like they're kids, they want to rebel, that kind of thing. I remember like overwhelming support, and me being like, well, you're talking about like, because I remember people talk about like glassing Iraq, and it's like, what No.
No, like even though I was only 7 to 8 around that time, I definitely remember because there was this thing that my elementary school did where it was called like Time Magazine for Kids, where
Oh yeah,
like
I think that's still a thing. I have
yeah
I had a friend who like got in trouble for using it to teach.
yeah like basically it's like the people from Time Magazine they make like a version for kids that's like, yeah, I don't know, like 5 pages or whatever of like whatever the current events are, but told for like second, third graders and whatever. And I remember we would get it like, once a week. And so like the day we would get it, one of the assignments would be like, oh, what's describe some current events that are happening right now or da 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 da. But I remember, because of Iraq, like getting, I don't remember if it was outright propaganda or not because it's been so long since I've looked at it, but there were definitely topics of like, yes, America is defeating its enemies overseas by getting rid of the tyrannical Saddam Hussein, and because like it's kids, like so of course they're going to say like we're getting the bad guys, yay,
Yeah,
like,
and I think that was
what did you learn today?
because
America is good, yay.
because I think like that the real spirit of revenge for 9/11 had yet to cease by 2003. Like,
Oh God, no!
it had only been a
no.
year and a half, and like, um, I was in middle school when 9/11 happened. I was in the 8th grade, um, and like, you know, a lot of the rhetoric of that time frame was just based on retributive anger.
Retributive anger, Islamophobia, like a lot of stuff.
Well,
remember,
Islamophobia just kind of came with it,
well, yeah. But I remember I had as a kid because like my family kind of had like a collective music collection of like CDs that I could just like borrow and use whenever.
Oh yeah.
And I had gotten into Don Henley. Um, he was part of the Eagles, but he also had a solo career.
Oh yeah, he's the
Voice of Summer.
Yeah, he did the song where he's like complaining about being rich, right? That's one. I can't remember the name of the song. Like, I often end up having to skip it because it's just like the words are just like so aggravating.
I don't think so. I think maybe you're thinking of something else.
I know it's one of the
You're-
Eagles people,
you're
or maybe
thinking
it
of-
was
you're
just
thinking-
the Eagles.
No, you're thinking of Joe Walsh. Da, 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 da,
Yeah, yeah.
I love that song.
I love the song. I hate the lyrics so much.
Well, you're supposed to though.
Yeah, I get. Well, I get it that it's supposed to be like
Yeah.
the first world problems thing, but like, oh, it's just.
Hey, life's been good to me so far. But no, Don Henley, like his solo stuff, he did like Boys of Summer, Into the Innocence. Like he did a lot of like 80s pop rock stuff. But anyway, I had his greatest hits CD, and there was a song he did in the 90s that was titled "The Garden of Allah," and it was a song where he was basically just telling like a metaphor. It was like a metaphor about like the devil is like, he's corrupting the world and, da 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 da. But the world has like found a way to like get corrupt quicker on its own. And so the devil's just kind of like, man, I'm kind of fucking bored. I can't even like do anything anymore. Like the world has outgrown me in corruption. It's like it's using like a devil metaphor thing to say the world sucks or whatever. But I don't know why he titled it The Garden of Allah, but like he did. And I remember when I had the CD with me at school because I had one of those like those mobile CD players or whatever that you could like clip to your belt. But anyway, so someone like saw the CD and saw the song and they're like, "Oh my God, Don Henley's a Muslim," and I'm like, I don't know. And I just kind of remember in this moment, like the other kid was like scared and freaked out. You're like, but I like the Eagles. I don't want to have to stop listening to the Eagles. And I'm like, I remember like, I'm like, why does that matter? Yeah.
And
Yeah,
you know,
I just
the weird
remember like that attitude being pervasive everywhere.
yeah, the weird hysteria around that like was absolutely. I remember we had a so when I was growing up in the Unitarian Universalist Church, part of religious education was going to other religions and like experiencing their services and that, right?
Yeah.
And I remember it, and mind you, this is UUs are like famously liberal, right? Like famously. First legal gay marriage in the United States at a Unitarian church. First civil union, the one when it was partially legalized back in 2001 in San Francisco by the current governor of California, Gavin Newsom. But anyways, that was also done at the first one was done in a Unitarian church. So like UU's famously liberal, right? The Unitarians were at like the head of abolition, right?
They're like the church equivalent of Simpsons did it.
But I remember when we went to a mosque to go and experience prayer and all that kind of stuff. There was like controversy in the congregation about this. The famously liberal congregation, the group that like literally organizes the gay pride parades in Las Vegas, like that's the level of animosity there was back in like 2002 when I did this. And like this was just so pervasive. So like what's interesting now is seeing that happen with Israelis, right? Basically, the retributive anger is going off the rails, right? Except for they have Gaza is a captive population. So there's a difference there. That spells so much worse disaster.
Like the System of a Down song. They built a prison. They built a prison.
I don't think I remember that one.
It's the first song off of their Toxicity album. Granted, it's talking about the American prison system, but it opens up with Sarah just going, "They built a prison. They built a prison."
A lot of the lyrics for System of a Down songs are just incoherent.
Well, that's actually a part of their philosophy. They literally call it musical Dadaism.
How much of that is retroactive?
No, they were saying that at the time because usually what happened, like what they want to do is they believed in their early albums that to get people to like focus on the political message of the song was to kind of like say nonsense during most of the verses to make people go like, what on earth are you saying? And so that way when the chorus hits and they say something that's like more clearer, then it's like, oh shit, like, sort of thing. They kind of toned it down later on, but
well, especially when Serge let others in the band start doing the lyrics. Because like I remember the first time that I heard a System of a Down song that like actually like meant something real to me was Hypnotized, and that wasn't written by Serge. But I don't even know the names of the other bandmates, but Serge Tankin has actually done a lot of stuff outside of the band. That's why I know his name. I've met him before, actually.
He's basically the reason why I know that the Armenian genocide was a thing.
Yeah, he did the whole race genocide never taken away. Yeah. But the he also did the soundtrack to the movie The Promise. Which was like great movie. Everybody should see that if they haven't heard of the Armenian genocide. Definitely go watch that.
I just remember like how wonderful it was for like those few months in 2004 where on pop radio the only two political protest songs that you would hear on pop radio were Green Day's American Idiot and System of a Down's BYOB. Because somehow that made pop radio, and I just remember being so happy.
Actually, to connect this to the overall topic, so that movie, The Promise, was a passion project by Kirk Kerkorian, the owner of MGM, famous Las Vegas figure. He literally paid for the making of the movie himself, completely out of his own pocket. It's like $15 million, and he said that he required it in his will, because he actually died part of the way through, that all profits from the movie would go to Armenian diaspora relief, to a Armenian diaspora relief fund. I've never heard of a movie doing that. Unfortunately, it never actually it never turned a profit. It got like $10 million in the box office, so it's and then it's like it didn't do well worldwide, and it just hasn't made a profit. But like that is that movie propaganda then? Because Kirk Kerkorian, basically funded the whole thing to get the message out, and it was I think it did come out in 2015. I can't remember if it's 2015 or 2016. I think there might have been a delay in Promise.
2016.
Okay, yeah. It was supposed to come out 2015 as on the centennial of the beginning of the genocide, right? I mean, it's still a century after, because the genocide went all the way into the 1920. But it had mostly wound down by 1918. Especially once you get the Allies coming in and basically halting it.
Oh wow! It says Chris Cornell's last song he ever wrote was for the movie. Damn.
Chris
Singer of Soundgarden.
Oh yeah. Is he Armenian?
I don't know, but it says that was the last song he wrote.
Yeah,
before,
and
he offed himself.
Serge did the there's a duet that's like the main song of the movie, and he's the guy in the duet.
I mean, I would have to because I haven't seen it, so I would have to watch it. But if it is promoting the awareness of the genocide and saying how it happened, it is propaganda. It's just, I would argue, moral propaganda. But,
yeah, well, I mean, we've watched plenty of really good propaganda.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a bad message as long as it's
Yeah. So you would call that because it was
I would have to
propagate a message.
Yeah, if that's what it's for, then yeah, I would have to see the movie.
It is a movie, but it's kind of like the first movie, the first thing we watched in the Bolshevism on Trial, right?
Yeah.
That one, was still a movie. It wasn't like a documentary like the one we're going to watch today, but it was or I don't even know if you can really call propaganda a documentary. It doesn't seem right.
No, I mean, a documentary is just a format.
Yeah, and it's just
so example.
I just don't want to give Bircher's the ability to call it that.
Well, no. So for example, Super Size Me.
Yeah,
that is a documentary that is objective propaganda.
How's that propaganda?
Because Super Size Me, the whole point is to propagate the message
Oh,
that fast food.
but it's not coming from an advocacy group. It's not. It's
I
just.
thought it was.
I'm pretty sure it's just
I-
one. I'm pretty sure it's one guy. It's just.
Well, yeah, but he was like a part of a group, and they also like. It turns out that they actually they lied as a part of the process that they did for.
As
it as
an
well.
independent filmmaker. His own production company called The Con.
I see. That's a company. That's an advocacy group. Ooh.
It was the.
Okay, but wait, does it have to be from a group to count as propaganda?
Yeah, it has to be from a advocacy group, essentially.
So a single person can't spread propaganda?
A single person can if he is using the thing as an so like think about like Kirk Kerkorian, for instance. Kirk Kerkorian was using the promise as a to propagate a message, right? The message is the documentary in terms of Super Size Me, I would think. I don't really know, if there's like, because like for instance, when we talked about what's it called, the one about pot, Reefer Madness. Reefer Madness had like, it was its own company making the movie, but it was like subsidized by like a religious group that was anti-drug and all that kind of stuff. It has to be something dedicated to that message. Because otherwise all documentaries would be propaganda, and all information ever put out by any group whatsoever would be propaganda. That just doesn't, that's
maybe,
such a broad definition that like literally what we're doing right now would be propaganda, which
maybe not, but I would definitely say some documentaries are propaganda.
Yeah, especially when it's like funded by a like advocacy group. If this was like funded by the Americans Against French Fries or something like that.
I remember and it was on the History Channel, but I don't remember like specifically like what group made it, but there was like a Civil War documentary that I enjoyed as a kid that specifically focused on like it was called like April 1865, the month that saved America. It was specifically about like like the end of the Civil War, even though it ended a little later than April, but that's beside the point. But it starts with like the last days of Lee, Lincoln's assassination, the surrender of Johnston, and stuff like that. I remember like enjoying it as a kid, and then I rewatched it as an adult because it had been like almost 10 years, and I realized, wow, there is a lot of oh golly gee, the North and the South just had a minor misunderstanding, but are actually the best of friends, like style of angle to it, where it really kept honing on the what's the word? These guys weren't the bad guys. It was just, a misunderstanding sort of thing. I forget what word, but and watching it from there, I'm like, oh wow, I enjoyed propaganda as a kid.
Well, it's also like, it doesn't, for it to be propaganda, it's not whether or not it's spreading a bad message or getting it's not whether or not it is misinformation, right? It's disinformation. It's actively choosing to spread a lie.
Well, see that's where like I don't. That's why I said like I don't know. Like it was on the History Channel, but I don't know like who made it. So I don't know whether it was intentionally doing it or not.
And
but like
it's also like it has to be from a group that is trying to propagate it, not
whitewashing. That's the word. It did a lot of it did a lot of whitewash. The very
you get a lot of that with the Civil War, right?
Yeah,
like
the all too common whitewashing of Robert E. Lee and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I wouldn't call, like, for instance, Birth of a Nation. I think we've actually talked about this before. I wouldn't call Birth of a Nation propaganda. It's misguided. It's disinformation. Basically, like, D.W. Griffith knew that it was wrong, but like at the same time, he's just D.W. Griffith. While yes, he was a racist, that was just kind of the time. He just found the story compelling, which is
Yeah.
different. It wasn't like trying to advocate the lost cause. It just, I would say, the book it's based on could be considered that. I don't really know if it counts as propaganda because it's just one guy.
It's borderline.
Yeah. But like we had a question from Eric Popcorn that is so I don't know that movie in particular, but I know that there's been like a ton of like conservative documentary hit pieces. Most profuse of those documentarians has been
Dinesh D'Souza.
yes, thank you.
I still remember the like, but what are the secrets that the Democrats are really hiding? And it shows Dinesh D'Souza like sneaking in the White House, and he
And then
opens
like,
up a closet door, and then just in the closet there's like a
Klansmen just-
portrait of like Andrew Jackson and the Klansmen, and he's like, no. Like, yeah, it's not really a secret. We kind of,
it's just
openly teach
history.
that. Yeah.
There's a bug in here. But like Dinesh D'Souza, like if he was just doing that independently, I wouldn't call it propaganda. But because he is funded by conservative PACs, what's it, political action committees?
Yes.
Because he's actually funded by PACs to do that, I would call that propaganda. Yeah, like his most recent one is like 200 Mules or something like that. And that is just outright propaganda, and it's very much disinformation, like knowingly spreading lies.
Yeah. I still kind of laugh though in hindsight though, because in that Civil War documentary, they have this like 20-minute bit where they're basically just, it's after Lee surrenders and they're saying what, like what a saint he was or whatever. And they had, how documentaries will sometimes like have like dramatic recreations of scenes or whatever. They did this bit where like Lee is like going to church after the Civil War, and oh no, a black person dared to sit in the front of the church. And then when they called for communion, instead of the white people getting communion first, the black guy went up to receive his communion, and all the white people in the church were stunned. This had never happened before. But then in the back stood up the old respected gentleman, Robert E. Lee. What a brave soul. Robert E. Lee slowly walked up to the front and knelt right next to the black person, also ready to receive communion. And then, after putting on such a courageous example, one by one, the rest of the church slowly followed, magically getting over their racial prejudice overnight, ready to receive communion.
Why do I feel like I've seen that in like some sort of like left tuber video?
Well, I mean, I'm sure someone has addressed the white knighting and whitewashing of Robert E. Lee before.
Oh yeah, but I mean, like that specific clip that you're describing.
Well, I think it was one of those like commonly spread stories of ambiguous truth that were just spread after the war that just kind of caught on. That kind of helped build the myth. But they had the dramatic recreation and like the Robert E. Lee actor like doing like a slow motion dramatic walking to the communion bench, and it's like, that watching this in hindsight, that's
So first of all, Epic Popcorn points out it's the one that caused the Citizen United decision. So I'm guessing it was funded by the Hillary one was funded by a PAC, because that's specifically what Citizen United is about. But in either case, yeah, if it's funded by a PAC and specifically trying to, we're watching. We watched a little bit of Choice in the last stream. We watched a little bit of that AFL-CIO thing. Actually, here's another example of the blurry line between like recruitment ad and actual propaganda. So like the AFL-CIO, right? They ended up siding with, even though forgetting the Cesar Chavez's group, forgetting what the name of that union was, but in California, it's still like a thing that you hear buy the union label. That was specifically in support of that, and the AFL-CIO like actually paid for advertisements to buy the union label, right? But that's not propaganda, right? That's just form solidarity with us. If you want to form solidarity with us, do this, right? What they did do that was propaganda was create a little mini documentary about like Chavez did this famous march from the Delano grape fields all the way to Sacramento to meet with then governor I should know this off the top of my head, but I'm forgetting his name. His son was freaking Governor Moonbeam. Can't remember. He actually Governor Moonbeam came back in like 2012, something like that. But the in USS Chicago, yes, Birth of the Nation was based on the Klansman from Dixon. Anyways, the AFL-CIO paid for a documentary about his march from Delano to Sacramento. And it's this laudatory kind of like look how great this union is, look how great Cesar Chavez is. It's actually kind of like the thing that meant that like is still used as like the thing anytime you see pictures of like the march or any kind of like the standard kind of like Soviet style like of Cesar Chavez, that's from that documentary, right? That's and like there's in the AFL-CIO would actually famously come to loggerheads with the Chicano movement, but that's later. The point is, the documentary is definitely propaganda. It's about trying to build support for the strike, right? It's also not particularly good. It's really freaking boring. They spend too much time on the arguments rather than the like, look how great this man is kind of stuff. That's the fun stuff. The hero worship stuff. Well, let's talk about how the governor feels and how.
By the way, I posted the clip. It's so good. I mean, it's bad, but it's so good.
Which one is this?
It's the bit with like Robert E. Lee at the church.
Okay, hold on. Let me put it up.
I also forgot that Powers Booth is the narrator.
I don't know who that is.
He's
St. Paul's Episcopal Church in Richmond. As the minister is about to present Holy Communion, a tall, well-dressed black man sitting in the section reserved for African Americans unexpectedly advances to the communion rail. Unexpectedly, because this has never happened here before.
And the world is shattered.
This was literally turning the heavens upside down for the Southerners. It was one thing for them to have lost the war. It was another thing for them to have had their country laid waste to. But for their very traditions to be turned upside down in their own homes or in their own churches, this was really too much.
The congregation.
Oh my God, we're not allowed to be racist anymore.
Fixed in their pews. The minister stands in his place, stunned and motionless. The black man slowly lowers his body, kneeling at the communion rail.
I mean, the war answered some things. It killed slavery, but what was left unanswered was how is the United States going to work out a biracial society We are still struggling with that.
Biracial. There's only
After
two.
what seems an interminable amount of time, an older white man rises, his hair snowy black.
Dun dun dun.
Look, we literally see like his like stoic white hair or whatever. It's like,
And he was a man who had only recently said, I am penniless and I am homeless, and I have nothing left to live for. Yet this was also a man who many Southerners looked to for guidance and for wisdom as to what to do next.
So with silent dignity and self-possession, the white man kneels down to take
Silent dignity and self-possession.
It's an important public gesture to show.
Did you hear the sound in his voice? And with silent dignity and stoic blah blah blah.
I know.
He knelt next to the black man.
It's like
He gets
it's
really
like told.
frail in the voice when he says black man.
It's like told like so epically that I can totally see why I like watched this over and over again as a kid. But now when I watch it now, I'm like, oh my god, stop kissing his ass. It's like,
Yeah. But I don't think this would be would classify as propaganda. You know, it's misguided, sure, but like
yeah.
you know, you just got some old Southern boys trying to tell some, you know, good times with Robert E. Lee.
Now, if Shelby Foote was there, then it would be propaganda.
Actually, Tyler asked earlier, where is that?
About Ken Burns.
Yeah, is Ken Burns's Civil War propaganda? It was paid for. It was not funded by Lynn Cheney though. Lynn Cheney was the head of the what's the fund? The National Endowment for the Humanities, NEH. She was head of the NEH, and she okayed funding. She was the ultimate decider on who would get funding from the NEH or not. But unless you think that the Civil War, Ken Burns's Civil War, is propaganda for the Union, no, it's not propaganda.
I mean, I guess it's kind of the same as like the one I presented, because where I have heard people make the argument that it does kind of give too much of a this is just an unfortunate misunderstanding kind of slant.
But that's not the message that the National Endowment for the Humanities is trying to propagate, right?
Yeah, I would say it was just kind of like
it has a lot of like Shelby Foote stuff in there. Shelby Foote basically got famous because of that.
Yeah.
But it definitely wasn't propaganda. No.
Yeah. And also, I don't care. I'll watch it every year.
I honestly can't stand Ken Burns stuff, but that has more to do with style.
I personally really loved his my favorite documentaries from his. He had one on like the two Roosevelts that I really liked, where he was comparing and contrasting Teddy and Franklin. But the thing
I can't stand about him is like, now let's talk about the beer company. This beer company was, doing this thing in 1899,
yes,
but then this beer company kept on doing this thing. And go to another picture.
Yeah, that's like my videos. He does a basic slideshow.
Yeah, but like
mine don't even scroll across the screen.
Boring.
Mine don't even scroll. I'm even slower than him.
Yeah, but you don't stay on a picture for very long. Also, I haven't seen one of his documentaries since like the early 2000s, so I can't tell you how much better he's gotten. But like the way
his one on Vietnam was really good.
The way that he interweaves historians with oration, and then with primary source quotes, doesn't flow particularly well. And realize most of the historian quotes that he's using, most of them are scripted, so that's particularly damning. Not the fact that they're scripted, is that they're disjointed, and so the they're weaving it into the narrative is disjointed, and that is a huge narrative problem.
Sure.
I just I just don't like it stylistically.
I will say though, like he has gotten better, because he back in like 2017 did a series on the Vietnam War that I thought was really good. And hey, there's actual footage, so like, you know, it won't be as boring for you. And Trent Reznor did the soundtrack.
I don't know who that is.
Nine Inch Nails guy.
Ah.
Yeah. Apparently he loves making dramatic scores too. So
There's actually a lot of rockers who've like gone on to like do soundtrack stuff.
yeah.
Soundtracks that have nothing to do with their sound, you know.
Yeah.
Although I would suspect if it's Vietnam, then you're gonna just go with a lot of, you know, wailing guitar and whatnot. You know,
Well, I mean,
gotta
if
have
I
at
was in
least that one time where you know you're Bernie.
Yeah. I mean, of course, if I was in charge of the universe, I would require every single thing that airs on TV to have a guitar solo as its opening theme. But you know,
I don't think that would really work for like a series on I don't know, Charlemagne.
I mean, sure it would. I mean, Christopher Lee has a metal album where he brags about being the descendant of Charlemagne.
Yeah, and killer of Saxons, and yeah, but
I
like,
am the slayer of the Saxon man. Just play the instrumental version of that one, and there you go.
but that's an opening for like a documentary on Charlemagne. That would be terrible.
No, just you have the amazing guitar solo while you have a dramatic animated recreation of Charlemagne riding on his horse and just beheading a bunch of Saxons. I don't see any issues with this at all.
And like, if it was like an anime issue, the anime show, sure, intro.
No, see,
that's the word. Anime intro.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It'd be great. It'd be just like the Justice League Unlimited theme where and you just see different clips of Charlemagne beheading different kissing the Pope, kneeling at a church, and then you know, zooms out where you see him on his horse Napoleon style, and you see 5 different heads of barbarians on his sword that he's hoisting in the air, and then Charlemagne. I think that would be great.
Somebody needs to animate that. But but yeah, I wouldn't define this this clip from the History Channel or in the corner Military Channel to be propaganda. It's misinformation for sure, but it doesn't rise to the level of advocacy.
Speaking of which, how about that Birch Society thing? We were supposed to get to that at some point.
Yes. Well, I was trying to segue to that with the whole Delano thing because it was made the same freaking year. So to get back on target and talk about the Delano grape thing. So the Delano grape strike was happening in 1966 when the AFL-CIO actually made that. And so the difference between like a recruitment and full-scale propaganda is the argument actually being made, right? You know, when they were doing the Buy the Union Label campaign, you know, that's pretty much like, you know, buy war bonds, right? You know, that's still a standard slogan in California. I don't know if it is anywhere else. Like, have you ever heard that before?
No.
Yeah, that definitely a Californian thing. You know, and it's highly associated with Cesar Chavez, and you know, California actually has like a holiday dedicated to Cesar Chavez. But I think actually New Mexico now does too. But it's not a guaranteed day off. It's just like named holiday. It's a day off in California. But the while they're trying to while the AFL-CIO was trying to convince people, they were also trying to talk about like racial justice, because that's part of the Delano grape strike. Was the was this was kind of what a lot of people see as the beginning of the. Why am I holding a knife? That was kind of the beginning of what people consider the Chicano movement. As in to especially deal with immigration problems, and also just raise awareness of like racial profiling and discriminate any form of discrimination against Hispanic Americans. And although I will point out that Cesar Chavez himself was actually very anti-immigrant, at least illegal immigration, he was very anti-illegal immigration. But the real person versus the hagiography, But this John Birch Society had a very different take about racial justice. See, segue. At literally the same time. So last time we left off, hold on. What folder is it in? Propaganda examples, yeah.
With how long it takes us to get to the actual content,
Each
we would
week,
make for
American
a great
history-
podcast.
It's listed as a podcast on Twitch, but I mean the ultimate idea is that eventually I'll go through and edit this into a like a long kind of what I did with like editing down my stream on the PragerU thing, but this time it's about like learning what propaganda is and how it's evolved. So the discussion today has been quite useful. I mean, obviously we went off on random things like Looney Tunes and that, but like the discussion where we are talking about where we're arguing about like what propaganda is, that's the stuff that will most likely make it in.
That's where dreams are made of.
So we left off on 4455. So we're actually a pretty good chunk. And that's the other reason that I've been just like, yeah, it's fine if we take our time getting to it, because we're a good chunk of the way through this. We're at 44. Here we are. This is where we left off last time.
Why Mr. Charlie the Man?
Yeah, this is where they are trying to make it seem like, the civil rights movement is really just anti-white.
Oh yes, of course. Because when I think of like, man, what is a slur against my skin color that strikes me down? I mean, the man. Oof. My God, like how.
I've never even heard Mr. Charlie as like, also the man as like a racial slur. Seriously?
Yeah, I mean, granted, most of the bosses at the time probably were white, but usually the man means the boss.
Yeah, or like the government,
Yeah. Although, I've never heard of Mr. Charlie either, because when I think of Charlie, I'm like, what? Are we in Vietnam?
Yeah, well, it is during Vietnam. This is 1966.
Yeah, so that's the wrong skin color.
Yeah, I don't really know what they're doing with that, but like it's the John Birch Society. Of course, it's going to be slightly inept.
It seems like they're like, oh, Whitey, that's one. Any others?
The man. That's the
Wait, what about honky? No, that just means a type of music now. It won't work anymore. The Rolling Stones made a song about it. Oh, yeah, you're right.
All right.
And the Ophe.
Now that's one I've actually heard as a actual
Phase
anti-white
1 was well on its way. Now it
slur.
was time to implement Phase 2. Create the appearance of popular support. Beguile the people of the United States and the world into believing the pious fraud that the civil rights uprising, led by a handful of agitators, was a popular movement of the whole Negro race in the United States.
The whole Negro race is somehow not in favor of equality.
Yeah, I mean, most African Americans I talk to want to be discriminated against. I don't know where they got this idea that
these uppity black people wanting to
Jesus Christ
be the same as us. Well, how dare they?
Jesus, Cypher, careful. We're on Twitch.
Hey, I said uppity black people. There's the other word that could be used.
I mean,
but I will not.
Still uppity.
But, I mean, like, it's a bad term, but it's not like a slur or anything.
Yeah, I know. I'm just
no.
All right, cut this part out of the video.
Now, this doesn't mean that there isn't a legitimate need for the advancement of civil rights for many of our Negro citizens. Of course, there is a need there. Otherwise, communist agitators posing as civil rights leaders could never hope to enlist massive support for their schemes.
Oh, well, so then the solution... No. She has a point. Communists are using problems in our country to divide us. So maybe we should just give them civil rights to get rid of the problem. Yeah. Oh, wait,
I love the fact
that.
it's like, that's what the communists want. And it's like, and also notice the use of like the token black person here, right?
Oh, well, last time they had several.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're basically finding. I think that's Candace Owens' grandma right there. I mean, they're finding all of them.
I have a comment on my PragerU reaction thing. It's like, Candace Owens, when somebody says that, when a racist says that they have a black friend, their black friend is Candace Owens.
Or O.J. Simpson.
Is he like? I don't know anything about like his political beliefs.
So, how do I put this? Before the murder trial stuff, O.J. Simpson was seen as "quote unquote" one of the good ones because during his career, anytime there was any sort of like civil rights-esque issue, he would just be like, nah, man, we're all Americans. We don't have to, he would always refuse to like get involved with any of the politics. And so, naturally a lot of people are like, yes, he's one of the good ones. He doesn't make it always about race. In fact, he was famously quoted as saying, "Don't call me black, call me OJ."
Isn't the whole thing that like a lot of the people who deny that he committed murder are like saying that it was a witch hunt to go after a black man?
Yes.
But then he was a black man who was perfectly willing to throw civil rights under the bus?
I mean, I don't know if I would go that far. Like, I wouldn't say he was like a Candace Owens type. He was just like genuinely believing like, nah, like I think like, you know what I mean?
So it's that 80s and early 90s kind of like, I just don't want to talk about that kind of stuff,
Yeah, sort of thing.
That was really common at the time. It was, almost like a trope that black celebrities would purposely avoid race issues.
And he was just like the most famous one, just because of like how
I would
big
think
of a.
the most famous one at the time would be Bill Cosby
Well, he
and
was also.
Oprah.
Well, Oprah was a little later, but like Bill Cosby, yeah, he would definitely fit in that mold. But Bill Cosby was also known for doing the same thing. Well, you see, the problem is the rap and the youth, and like
Yeah.
he was
Well,
constantly decrying.
yeah, the cake speech is particularly famous, but that's like
pudding
2008.
pop.
Yeah, pudding
Yeah.
speech. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
By the way, that one's like 2008. The thing is, he was just seen as like a wholesome entertainer, and Oprah, by the way, I believe had started her show in like '89, so she was of the.
Well, yeah,
time.
but OJ was like at the height of his sports fame in the '80s, is what I was saying. So it was just like a little bit before that. In fact, Jay-Z made a song about like people who think like, oh, well, because I'm rich, I'm not going to deal with racist problems anymore. Newsflash, you will. And there was a line in the song where he says, "Don't call me black, call me OJ," and then he pauses for 5 seconds. Okay. I'm like, okay, that's a pretty good line.
But anyways, the the use of the token black person here is also being used to basically say that, like, they're saying that there are racial problems here. Like, this lady's saying that, but for some reason she doesn't support civil rights.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of people at the time who, I mean, I would personally say they're stupid, but there were a lot of people at the time who did genuinely think it wasn't the right way.
The John Birch Society.
Well,
To get this movement started, we need lots of tools and cranks.
Yeah. Well, it's just like how there are people who think, oh, the economy will just magically fix itself on its own if we do nothing because it's the economy. There were definitely like, your what's his name? Firing line guy, Buckley.
Oh,
there
yeah.
were a lot of like Buckley style people who were like, I'm not saying that black people shouldn't be treated the same. I'm just saying that it should just naturally happen on its own and we shouldn't agitate things. And that was I don't know, like I just find myself finding like a lot of like people back in the day who just genuinely thought that.
Mm-hmm.
And
although I would say Buckley would be a bad example because Buckley definitely was like pro segregation. He just wasn't willing to say it out loud,
Probably. But I used him as the example because he tried to brand the whole like, the
reasonable conservative.
The intellectual argument against it sort of thing. That,
all this change is happening and there's all the for him, unlike this movie where it's saying that like the rioting is the point.
But the point is
he was saying that the rioting is like a part of that of having such rapid change, right? That change causes conflict. And actually I kind of agree with him on that, but like sometimes it's necessary.
That sounds pretty Marxist. But the main thing though is like
it sounds positively painist.
I guess.
Thomas Paine.
Oh, okay. I'm like, pain. Like, I mean, yeah, I guess change can be painful, but like, what do you... Oh,
Thomas
that
Paine.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is like, even though I would still say it's stupid, I would say that there were enough people who believed that at the time where I could see why they would have this sort of like token argument to address those people who might more likely be on the fence.
Yeah, and it's also because I think about like I've known black people who are like really anti BLM, right? And not just Bureau of Land Management. I could understand being opposed to them.
Yes, of course.
But
landlords matter.
Right? But like Black Lives Matter, they were they were associated with all the rioting of 2020 and that, and like I can understand like being like, look, this is hurting the community. We don't want that.
Well, there was that that political cartoon from like the original civil rights movement where like it shows like a city destroyed by riots, and you see MLK Jr. at the camera, like saying like, "Oh, well, you see, we're hurt as a society." Like, it was very clearly making that same argument. So like that was definitely like a thing for this time period as well, of like people who would just only see the riots and then just kind of
and the John Birch Society is trying to turn that into not just being like this is a terrible consequence of civil rights, but trying to turn that into like civil rights isn't legit. So let's continue.
The aspirations of Negroes for full equality were not created by communists, but they are used by communists in such a way that idealistic Americans of all races can be tricked into implementing the communist blueprint for revolution. Having been on the inside of the Communist Party,
oh yes, this is one of the former communist
revolutionary
members.
Agitation in disguise. But the average American finds it's hard to believe that something as worthy and noble sounding as a civil rights movement could possibly be a communist maneuver.
Communism must be built with non-communist hands. The revolutionary accepts reform in order to use it as a cover for his illegal work.
Okay, pause it for a second. So, what I find funny is like comparing the voices that they used for Lenin and Stalin. I liked how they had Stalin sound more formal than Lenin, and Lenin sounded slightly more like, rustic or whatever. But in reality, since Stalin...
Exactly the opposite way.
Yeah, because like Stalin's Georgian accent was mocked as like hillbilly-ish by like the Russians. So I don't know. I personally find that funny. Anyway.
But it's also like, also notice that that quote of Stalin that they just played, the thing of like, the revolutionary accepts reform because and as a cover for his illegal work. I doubt that.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Yeah, we've already fact checked a number of those quotes, and a number of them are fake.
Also, revolutionaries never accept reform. That's why they're revolutionaries.
Like, quite literally. Like, there's literally in a massive split between like, full bore Marxist Leninists, vanguardist communism versus like socialism versus democratic socialism versus social democrats. These are all leftist things that are essentially defined by like how they consider revolutionary aims can be achieved. Some of them literally trying to avoid revolution.
Don't try any of your communist trickery. It's not working.
Yeah, and it's like, I feel like this lady who was talking there was like, hadn't really like, because one, CPUSA absolutely was a criminal organization. Like in the 1930s, it was absolutely, it was basically a gang. But that has a whole history to it. We don't need to get into that here, but like that kind of shows that like it's not particularly communist. They like, she seems to be projecting the what's the term, the fakeness of what's the term for that, like putting up a face as the front of an organization that's the astroturfing, the astroturfing of the communist movement in the 30s and 40s, as like being what's happening with the civil rights movement. But instead of saying that, like, hey, the Communist Party was incredibly corrupt and like essentially just a means of kind of like a cult, party discipline was everything. She's trying to make it that like somehow this corrupt organization is corrupting the civil rights movement, which and that the Communist Party is like pure in its objective. You see the weird flip that she's engaging in there?
I mean, yes, this is involving a lot of dumb mental gymnastics.
Yeah. But it takes a little bit to kind of see through that, right? That's kind of the point of this, of why it's propaganda, is that like, they're hiding all of that like illogic behind the outrage of look at all the riots.
Yeah.
By concealing the true communist objectives behind appealing slogans and pretended humanitarian goals, the conspirators are able to dupe hundreds of uninformed opportunists and misguided idealists into supplying the non-communist hands needed in the overthrow of this republic. Thoroughly deceived, some of the Negroes cry for liberation through the slogan, "Freedom Now."
Okay, we could skip forward a bit. They're basically saying here that, like, look at all the slogans. When you know that it's communism behind it, then you know that it's not real. So basically, all they have to do to refute every single claim of the civil rights movement is by just saying, well, you're communist. And then that somehow, like, eliminates the need for equality.
And we were even told how to file them and all the rest. I'm not and all the rest. I'm not speaking of things I read about. These are things I personally participated in.
Okay, come on.
Shot in the back by an unknown assassin as he... And so it is in the United States. In Jackson, Mississippi, Medgar Evers, State Field Secretary for the NAACP, was shot in the back by an unknown assassin as he was entering his home. After lying in state in Mississippi, the body of World War II infantry GI Medgar Evers was sent to Washington, D.C. for burial in Arlington National Cemetery. Now a victim of the very communist agitation he had helped promote, Medgar Evers was able to further serve communist purposes by being glorified as a martyr in the supposed fight of the Negro people for freedom and justice.
Okay, you see what they did there.
Yeah, but also, like, what do you mean, like, supposed fight? Like, even if you think that, like, it's being astroturfed by communists, it's actually happening.
Yeah.
Like, it's all like someone just got shot.
No, but they're saying that the communists shot him.
No. I know what they're saying. I'm just saying, like, that direct phrasing is just so dumb.
Yeah.
The supposed fighting, anyway. Communists shot this guy.
But they're saying that, like, communists shot him for Also, I'm pretty sure we actually know who shot Medgar Evers, right?
I don't remember.
Hold on. Evers was struck in the back, fired from an Eddystone Enfield 1917. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, I guess his assassin wasn't found. Oh, wait, no. There was... Yeah, okay, there was somebody prosecuted for it.
Oh, it was a Klans member.
Yep. Yeah.
How shocking.
Byron de la Beckwith.
Famous communists, the Ku Klux Klan.
But you know, this is the kind of thing where you know, even if it's proven that Byron de la Beckwith had shot Medgar Evers, they would just say, well, it's because you know, he was agitated by all of this communism, and so he did his citizen duty. So it's that old narcissist prayer thing when you conspiracy theorize about this, is
the type of thing
it didn't
that
happen,
totally...
it wasn't my fault, you know, and you know, it's exaggerated, and they deserved it.
Yeah, the type of thing they totally don't do now with shooters ever.
Yeah, I mean, it, or just with any atrocity whatsoever. It's always like there's always this hidden layer of like, you know, I disbelieve this because I like it. You know, it's the the like how Holocaust deniers always end up being anti-Semites, right?
Yeah, or like how Turkey says, like, oh, the Armenian genocide never happened, but they deserved it anyway.
Yeah.
They always find a way to say both.
And it's like, oh, and I just realized, sorry, Him Chan, that I missed your take a swig thing. Cheers. And that was half of what I had left. Sorry about that, Him Chan. But I have to have the it doesn't show up, the channel stuff doesn't show up in the group chat on this thing for some reason. Anyways, it's like you never see a Holocaust denier who's like, it's so sad and tragic it couldn't possibly have happened. You know, like they're not coping with the tragedy by denying it. You know,
that's actually a good point. Yeah,
it's ultimately the people who deny a tragedy are the people who want it to happen.
Are you implying that there may be a reason for that they may have other purposes that they want to propagate?
Yeah, and also notice the kind of violent message of this thing, that kind of underlying violence that they're implying with this denial of Medgar Evers' killer. They're ultimately like, if you follow the logic through, it's okay to kill civil rights leaders because they're communists.
How dare you try to demonize patriotic Americans?
By the way, Him Chen, are you still here? I hope I didn't, because that was like 20 minutes ago when he put the you know, take a swig thing. I hope I didn't make him, you know, jump off the stream.
I mean, as soon as you just like didn't take that swig, I mean, what's the point? You know, there's just life is over.
Yeah. You know, it is like channel points, so like that's a reward thing. You know, you get a certain amount of channel points when you subscribe or you've chatted before and all that kind of stuff. I think he might have jumped off actually.
Yeah, I don't see him in the audience anymore.
Yeah. Darn. Sorry. Didn't mean to. But you actually like spend points to do that. It's 500 points. So I think when you subscribe, it's like you get 10,000 or something like that. You actually like, I know there's people in the chat that have like literally tens of thousands of points. So
for future reference, though, I don't know how to do it because I've never had to do it, but I know that there is an ability to refund people points. So in the future, if you do miss someone, they point it out later, and for like you could give them their points back. I wouldn't know how to do it, but
yeah,
I've seen some streamers do it before.
Huh. I don't see how to do it. I'm looking at the stream manager over here. I don't see how to do it.
Apparently Tyler is prepared to kill your liver with 47,000 points.
Luckily, there's a cooldown. You can only do it every 10 minutes.
You just have a 25,000 point option for drink the keg.
Oh my god!
Just have a giant keg in the back.
You know what? I actually have on order because there was like some big sale at Amazon. I have a cool, like a little mini fridge thing. Not, you know, like the little ones that you get for super cheap. It was like $20. But it's like a cooler that I could keep right here.
Yeah, so I have one of those. They're great.
Is it made by Frigidaire by any chance?
It's made by Koluli.
I don't know that one, but hopefully it has really good reviews. So
yeah, I'm actually jealous. My youngest brother got and I don't know how he got it, but like, you know, if like you go to like maybe like, I don't know, a theme park, maybe some gas station convenience stores where you've got the type of coolers that are like, they just look like a giant can, and on the inside it's just like, you know, ice and then bottles in that are just in the ice. It's just it's just like an ice cooler, but usually it's at like a theme park or a drinks or like, I don't know, it's like
oh yeah, it looks like it's like
a 4 foot tall Coca-Cola can or something, or a beer can, and
or
it's
I see them especially when they're like oil can, you know, the 55-gallon drum size, you know, but they're plastic.
Yeah, but like my brother just
Red Bull does that all the time. You go to any kind of sport event, that's you'll find those things all over the place.
Yeah, but like my youngest brother somehow acquired one of those, so now in his room he's like, oh, you want a drink? And it's just got just ice cooler of random drinks. I'm like this is, I want one of these. So it'd be so wasteful of ice, but I want one of these.
But the I'm trying to think of a way to get this back on topic.
Well, you know, we're probably barking up the wrong tree. Speaking of trees,
there's a tree in the background because we're in Arlington. Oh, damn it! That's even better. Yeah, John Bircher was actually a real person, by the way. He's like a preacher who died in like Thailand or something like that, killed by communist guerrillas.
John Birch was a Pokemon professor, notable for giving many traveling Pokemon trainers their first Pokemon.
And then his arch rival, Professor Oak.
there actually is a Professor Birch in Pokemon. Like every generation.
Wait, really?
So they made it a running joke where every generation of Pokemon game / season of the show.
Oh,
The new
it
professor
has, like,
would
a
always
different-
be named after a type of tree. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Killed in China just after World War II, says Matthew. And he was a devout. He was out evangelizing. That was why he was there.
Whoa! Someone from the John Birch Society being an evangelical. I did not see that twist coming.
Wait, why? I see the comment over here. Okay, that's weird. Because I can't highlight Matthew's first comment for some reason, but the second one I can. Anyways, the thing is, it's rather disgusting what they're doing here with Megaverse. But
Yes.
it plays into the whole, like, how the argument that they're making about, like, astroturfing outrage, right? So let's continue. And this is about, like,
And so it is in the
attack.
United States.
This is the
Mysterious.
This is the bombing of a church in North Carolina. Killed, like, a bunch of little girls. It's one of those one of the really famous Birmingham, Alabama. Birmingham church bombing. Hold on. Yep, that's the one. Yeah. In fact, you can actually see this clip right here. If we add this to stage, you see, same place.
By assailants unknown, plague the lives and property of the
But they're basically trying to argue that wasn't a white supremacist attack. That was, communists doing communist things.
Of course.
Their grief before the White House and the press.
We were taught how to use propaganda, how to arouse the emotion of the masses.
This is further talking about, like, using the tragedy to raise the cockles of the public, which, like, killing little girls is a good way to do that, yes, but that's definitively a white supremacist bombing.
Learn how to set one group against the other of hatred.
Free. And if any of the alert, informed citizens call attention to the true revolutionary goals behind the humanitarian slogans, move into phase 3 and neutralize the opposition. One effective way to neutralize any opposition is to liquidate it. In the summer of 1965, a respected Negro farmer in Alabama dared to speak out critically against the civil rights revolutionaries. In this cabin in late August, 87-year-old Perry Smaw struggled with an assailant who said he had come to get Perry's tongue. The aged Negro's skull was crushed with a cast-iron frying pan, the attackers striking with such force that the skillet was broken. Then the intruder pulled Perry's tongue from his mouth and with a butcher knife cut it off all the way back to the...
Okay, you get what they're doing with the like describing the gruesome details, right? They're trying to drum up outrage, the very thing that they're complaining about, right? Using this gruesome details and then trying to say that, like, that's the Communist Party trying to silence its opposition, right?
Oh yeah.
Well, internal opposition, right? Because a random farmer getting killed is
there can only be one logical explanation. Communists.
Yeah. So I'm going to skip forward a little bit because you don't need to go into every gruesome detail about a murder. But you get what they're trying to do here. We'll skip to, and we'll hear a bunch of other murders as we go through this real quick.
Old man's tonsils. Most effective weapon.
We can and must write in a language which shows anti-Semitic. Constant among the masses.
Here we go. That's the
hate,
part that I want to.
Revulsion and scorn toward those who disagree with us. Members and front organizations must continually embarrass, discredit, and degrade our critics. When obstructionists become too irritating, label them as fascist or Nazi or anti-Semitic. Constantly associate those who oppose us with those names which already have a bad smell. The association will, after enough repetition, become fact in the public mind.
They already added McCarthyism.
And look at the bottom one.
Bircher.
One, everybody called them Bircher. I've never heard Birchite. But also, it's real funny to have the Birchers complain about being labeled Birchers. Like,
I mean,
associate them with a hated group. Like, you're saying that you're a hated group. Like,
you can only
the
do so
equivalent
many
of Nazi.
You can only do so many mental gymnastics before your brain's too tired to think properly, you know? It's exhausting.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, the Birchers really were, like, the prototype for all of this, like, far-right nonsense we deal with today. And, you know, basically label everything communist that you don't like. And then complain when you get labeled a McCarthyite. Or a Bircher, which you literally are. Where are all these bugs coming from?
Outside.
Thank you. That's useful information.
You're welcome.
I've killed 3. But speaking of bugs to squash, the pathogen that these people are trying to spread is that, like, you know, you hear this all the time from the right wing, right? That, you know, you just call everyone you dislike fascist. You just call everyone you dislike a racist and a Nazi and all that kind of stuff. Like, here's that rhetoric back in 1966. This isn't internet stuff. This is Bircher stuff.
Trees live a long time.
And they're quite convinced they're right. Anyways.
By duping the American public into turning a deaf ear to the voices of warning because the topics were controversial or because the patriots themselves had been ridiculed as extremists, racists, fright peddlers, the conspirators were ready to move one step closer to their hidden goals by precipitating mob violence.
They're one step closer to the edge, and they're about to break.
And you know exactly how this one's going to go, right? Precipitate mob violence. You know, this is 1966.
A lemon quote on violence. Good luck digging one of those up.
You know, and here, this would be one of the most easy ones to you know, be like, look, Lenin actually espoused this, right? Let's actually fact check this next Lenin quote. Hot time, summer in the city. It's hot time. Anyways.
Riots, demonstrations,
he whistles.
street battles, detachments of a revolutionary army. Such are the stages in the development of the popular uprising. The Communist Party will educate. Such are the stages in the
development. A lot to type up.
Yeah, I'm trying to type it. Well, I'm just starting. Such are the stages in the development of the popular uprising. I should probably put that in quotes. And Lenin. So let's see if that's an actual quote. Yes, it is. So right there. Now, at last, we have reached the final stage that this does not mean... Yeah, so, like...
Yeah,
this
it
one's
wouldn't be that
real
hard
easy.
to find. Yeah. A revolutionary talking about violence? Ugh, I mean, so hard to think of an example.
Yeah.
Even outside of Lenin, I just can't think of one.
Yeah, so that one's real easy. Although I was half expecting it to just not actually be a quote. Because, you know, it's the John Birch Society. They are pretty inept.
They just have like a quote where they have like 3 words and then they put like the ... except the ... is like half the pamphlet. And then it cuts to the end of the pamphlet. Violence is ... super important ... to winning. Like, they just do something like that. And like, no, all of those words are in that pamphlet, we promise you.
Yeah, just like 2 words per a phrase. Yeah, that I've seen people do that in like actual history books. It's kind of terrible sometimes. You'll find people trying to make like perfect example that I ran into was trying to turn a famous abolitionist in Colorado into like a rabid like supporter of Navajo enslavement. There's a lot of Navajo enslavement in New Mexico. And the and like it's literally a quote of him decrying it. Like Tappan was a famous abolitionist, like, and I read somebody who was straight up trying to turn him into like a pro slavery person. Is crazy. And then she goes on to complain that abolishing native slavery was actually anti-Hispanic. It's that old standard of the narcissist prayer, you know, you deny something and then you actually want it.
Abolishing it is, I mean, Queen Isabella from Spain, famous, is like, what? Don't enslave the Native Americans. What are you doing, Columbus? And she's Hispanic,
she didn't outlaw it for Columbus. No. She did in...
Or no, it was for the governor of Cuba.
Yeah. In like 1502 or something like that.
But still, though, it's like, hey, I mean, she was the top Hispanic, so I mean, is it real? But is it?
There's like a hierarchy of Hispanics.
I mean, she was the queen of the Spanish Empire. Like, this was back when Hispanics were only Spain and...
I mean, yeah, Cuba. That's true.
So, you know, it's like...
Yeah, but I mean, like...
It comes from the top.
I have read that from actual historians, you know. This person is actually well regarded. I won't name the name because, you know, not going to start any drama there. But like, I read that book and got really, really angry, because it's just full of that kind of crap. You know, straight up like it regularly. I should not get on my high horse about this. It's just, but she regularly straight up like denies that stuff happened because it's coming from a non-Hispanic source and they're just racist against Hispanics, so you can't trust them. That's almost word for word. Like, yikes. You don't get to do that as a historian. At least you shouldn't be able to, but it's you know, it's okay if you're racist against white people, but not but like, because that's just defeating racism against Hispanics makes no goddamn sense. This is obviously a topic near and dear to my heart because I actually study the Southwest. But
Really?
that's
You're studying the Southwest. I mean, I don't know. I've known you for so long now. I don't think that's ever come up.
But it's a further example of that whole narcissist prayer thing. And that when you deny either that an event happened, that it's exaggerated, or they deserved it, it's just a couple steps away from advocating eradication.
It's just a shot away. It's just a shot away.
So I'm going to play it. I pretty much know what's going to happen, but I need to go grab a beer. I will be back in just a second.
Of the popular uprising. The Communist Party will educate and organize the working masses for mass strikes and mass demonstrations. It is through struggles that the working masses are prepared for the final conflict for power. As these strikes grow in number and intensity, they acquire political character through unavoidable collision and open combat with the capitalistic state. Mass action culminates in insurrection and civil war.
Not always.
You've been studying history, studying civics, but right now you got to put your history and your civics in the streets. You got to make the Constitution real. You got to make democracy real. Since 1960, since February the 1st, 1960, more than 50,000 of your fellow students have been arrested and jailed, beaten, faced police doors and water hoses. Before we see real freedom, before we be able to walk down these streets with a sense of dignity and with a sense of pride, and walk in freedom, no doubt there will be more jailings, more beating, more water hoses, more dogs.
The other thing is this: we are determined that this city will not celebrate its quadricentennial as a segregated city. If that celebration we plan to use everything within our power and all of the nonviolent weapons at our disposal to dramatize this blatant injustice.
Notice he's actually quite clearly against rioting, right?
I was almost expecting for there to be like a convenient, like over the non.
Yeah.
We will use every violent means. I was almost waiting for that, like, oh God, here we go.
Yeah. But he said weapons. By the way, that famous, like, people like to use it as a pro MLK's like pro violence thing. It wasn't that at all. But that what is it? A riot is the voice of the unheard. This actually, that quote was before this movie. That quote is from 1965.
I hate so much when someone treats an explanation of something as an endorsement of something.
Yeah. Yes.
So here's how it happened. Oh, so you support? No, I'm just saying how it happens. I don't support people being violently mauled by bears. But if you poke a bear with a stick, you're going to get eaten. I don't know. That sounds like you support people getting violently eaten by bears to me. It's like, God damn it.
It's like when you're trying to explain like what's happening, like why Hamas would do what they did, and like, oh, you're just anti-Semitic. It's like, no, they are. and there's a reason to it.
It's like most terrorist groups, like it's fairly obvious. Like if you are oppressed or put in conditions for a certain point, there are people who their moral barriers will break down and they are willing to commit atrocities just to get out of the situation they're in. That doesn't make it okay. Yeah, it doesn't make it okay, but that's what happens. That's how humans work, and it shouldn't, like, explaining that doesn't mean you're endorsing it.
It's like the, my episode about like why the war on terror happened, right? And obviously it's mostly about like why 9/11 happened. And I actually had people accusing me of being like anti-American, pro-terrorist, blah blah blah. And it's like, what? I literally fought this war.
Yeah.
Like, I killed Taliban. Like, come on.
That was all a cover.
It was a plot. I was secretly
so dedicated to your anti-American beliefs, you were willing to kill one of your own.
Yeah. But like, that's the kind of nonsense ideology that the Birchers here are ascribing.
And to demand that the federal government not put a cent in the city unless it decides to face the realities of desegregation. Right now, when Martin Luther King said march, we're going to have our marching shoes. And you know they've kicked us around a long time, haven't they? Yeah. And so many of us we've come up in life without any shoes at all. And if it becomes necessary for us to march without shoes, we'll march barefooted. I don't like the way you're clapping tonight. Are you ready to march? Are you ready to march? Then we are not afraid of dogs. Are we, children?
To the point.
We have had to ready to march.
Gives behind appealing. And so many were tricked into helping create the appearance of popular support for a conspiracy that hid.
Many were tricked into making the appearance of popular support, as in just popular support.
Yeah. Well, you see, some of those people marching there didn't know 100% of everything that was happening, and therefore they don't count in the official tally. So the march was only 25 people.
Yeah, it's like this.
The rest were tricked.
Weird. Like, I remember back in 2020, one weird argument that kept on going around was that, and you saw this also with the insurrection, was like that, agitators were among the crowd and they were the ones starting the riot. And it's like, okay, even if agitators started the rioters continued it. Like, there's no two ways around it. It's still a riot. And like, you see that kind of denialism, because once again, it's that, it didn't happen, it's exaggerated, and if it did happen, then it's their fault.
Well, actually, the two ways around a riot, way number one is to simply solve the problem so the riot doesn't happen, and then the other way around a riot is to escalate it to an outright rebellion, so that way it's no longer a riot. So see, it's both ways around it.
Yeah. I mean, I would argue that the Capitol Hill Chaz, that's what it was called, back in 2020 was elevation from just a riot to straight up rebellion, as in an insurrection.
I'm still warm on just calling it like a putsch, just because I don't know. Just such a cute little-
Chaz? The capital, Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, the thing that was in.
Oh, I thought you were talking about January 6th. I'm like,
no, I was like, how's that a push?
Yeah, you said I'm like, oh, January 6th. I like calling
no.
It's, you know, it's just...
But like the Chaz was like, I would call that an insurrection. Not a particularly violent one. Actually, I included in my insurrection video. But like, you know, that's elevating beyond a riot, right? Like, they essentially went from rioting against the police to the police abandoning the place and the whole place basically being its own autonomous zone.
But isn't that, I don't know, because like I feel like that's a common thing with riots, is like, especially when they're like against the police, because like the George Floyd riots, for example, like
when do the police abandon suppressing a riot?
No, I'm saying like when you mention like they drove the police out of the zone or whatever.
Yeah.
Like I'm saying that happens a lot in riots, because like the part of the George Floyd riots is like they, for example, they drove the police out of Minneapolis for a few days and they burnt down
they burnt down the police station, and the parts store that was like catty corner to it.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say that escalates it from a riot. I would just say that driving the police away is a part of the riot.
No, but I was saying specifically Chaz was escalating it from riot to full-blown rebellion.
I mean, maybe in their minds, but I would still say it's basically a riot.
And the police tried to take it back a couple of times, and they basically were not allowed to come in. Like, that's rebellion right there.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's the point of every riot. The police try to take it back, and the rioters like, fuck you, go away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they were kind of like their own Paris Commune for a little bit.
Well, they were trying to form that. I just don't know they really like...
No, they didn't have the organizational ability to do that.
Yeah, like I would say that was their goal, but I wouldn't say like de facto, I don't think they did.
No, it was ultimately anarchism. But obviously that didn't work out too well, did it? But the point is that that's where you could see like a riot becoming rebellion. It's I would say that Chaz is an example of it going past just a riot. It's not like that they were continuously rioting the whole time. They formed barriers and like had a little marketplace and even started growing stuff out on like there was organization and independence. I find it a fascinating case of I guess you could call it communalism. Back in the 19th century, we'd just call it communism, but like now we're not allowed to, because that has to be the Marxist way. But the point is, it can do that. That is not what they were doing here. In what appears to be Birmingham. I think they're going to try to do the Birmingham riots as like that was the ultimate goal of the Birmingham civil rights movement.
Its true objectives behind appealing slogans and humanitarian goals. A detachment of the deceived staged sit-ins. A handful of the hoaxed made freedom rides. A portion picketed and protested.
I gotta say, this is the most complicated hoax I've ever seen.
I know, right?
It's amazing what you can trick people into doing with such detail.
Like, it's crazy. Like, I mean, we have already talked about how like this is actually just a convoluted conspiracy theory so that you can just deny people's civil rights. But like the gusto that Birchers go to prove this conspiracy theory is kind of amazing.
And then more of the deluded mobs marched and demonstrated.
Literally showing the March on Washington and saying the deluded mobs.
As it was in Cuba, where the leaders of the humanistic revolution.
Gosh. Yes, let's link it with Cuba.
Because, Cubans weren't, associating with communism because they, weren't oppressed or anything.
Have you ever noticed that both Martin Luther King Jr. and Fidel Castro gave speeches at rallies? It makes you wonder how much of their ideologies are identical.
It is kind of amazing how it's like, well, you're against oppression, therefore you're a communist. It's like, well, if that's communism, sure.
Look, every true
sign me up.
Every true patriotic American knows that oppression builds character.
I mean, there is a whole argument for that.
And the argument is called America.
Tyler says, has anyone noticed MLK and Castro are never in the same room? Curious.
Yeah, especially since after the 60s, you only ever see Castro and never MLK. I guess we know the decision that he made.
It's just kind of crazy how much this red baiting rhetoric serves to just turn any kind of protest into just this muck of communism. Muck of communism. That's a hell of a band name.
Marched with arms locked in camaraderie. So it is in the United States, where the leaders of the freedom movement march with arms locked.
Oh, grow up. Grow up. No, I know where you're going. Grow up. Were you the type to giggle where it's like, this person graduates at magna cum laude, and then you're just like,
No. I'm laughing at frickin', they're literally connecting it to communism because they link arms while marching.
Okay, I thought you were giggling at the way he said camaraderie, because it sounded like he said camaraderie, and so that's when you started giggling. I'm like, God damn it!
No, it's they're literally saying, look, they're communists because they link arms. It's so stupid. It's like, look at Martin Luther King. He has a nose. You know who else had a nose?
Have you noticed
Hitler?
Have you noticed they call themselves the African American community?
Whoa. Oh, can't have community. That's the way the communists get you. But it's like, it's just so this is probably the shallowest argument of this entire thing. It's just like, look, they link arms and communists link arms.
I mean, that is a link, just not the type of link that you're trying to go for.
I think somebody already pointed out, Chicago already pointed out, like, yeah, Mussolini did that too. But I think the John Birch Society would actually be fine with that association, because they just want to, connect all of this to any kind of boogeyman whatsoever. Although you will notice that they haven't said a damn word about fascism besides like, oh, I don't like being labeled fascist.
But a lot of people nowadays, like whenever they do the dumb, like, oh, well, the fascists are also socialist argument, they do point out that like when Mussolini like was in World War I, he was a socialist.
Yeah.
And somehow it's like, is it possible that maybe over the course of 7 years he may have had a shift in political ideology? Nope. It just means that fascism has secretly been socialism the entire time.
Yeah. You know, the whole, you know, conspiracy theory that like that, you know, Nazis were actually socialists because it's in the name, that wasn't really a thing in the 1960s as far as I could tell.
Well, no, because people were smarter.
I mean, look at the thing we were watching right now.
Well, okay, I should say that it was the academic people weren't like, even if they wanted to go for that, they would be like, no, people are too educated to fall for that.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't think that the whole, you know, leftist Nazi thing is a creation of academia. I think it is kind of like a Bircher argument.
Yeah, it sort of is. It's really,
but it's something that the Birchers, even in 1966, weren't willing to engage in, right?
Yeah. Well, plus it's like, this is the era where like World War II veterans are more than alive and well at this point. So it's like, the amount of like pushback they would have gotten would have just killed them.
Yeah. Oh, it's this weird thing because, you know, like imagine all the hysteria around Antifa, but if that had happened back in like the 60s, like if people had tried to be hysterical about Antifa back then, like you'd be having like you'd have like LBJ coming out on the on TV being like, I stand with Antifa or things like that. Like
famous anti-fascist Dr. Indiana Jones punching a Nazi.
Yeah. And it's like, it's such an odd thing now. I don't really know the history of that conspiracy theory, but like, I'm pretty sure that that's like a creation of like the Reagan era, the whole leftist Nazi thing.
I see it as the ultimate cognitive dissonance of people realize, oh, we're doing the same things as the bad guys, but I can't be a bad guy, can I? No, surely the bad guys are like different.
You know, reverse card.
Yeah.
The Nazis were actually leftists. And that does seem to be kind of what they're doing here in like this whole like conspiracy theory about like the astroturfing of a movement and you know, secretly allowing violence to foster and all that kind of stuff. It does seem kind of like a Nuno reverse card, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, look, I mean, is it a cynical theory? Yes, but it is honestly something that like I basically believe about a lot of people like this. Is no one wants to view themselves as Ron or the bad guy, and therefore it would totally make sense that there would be people where, you know, they're human. Humans will have fucked up beliefs, like, you know, like I won't say that like I've never had a fucked up belief. It's just a part of being human. You just have that happen sometimes. But
it's I would intrusive thoughts.
but you know, you live in a society where you're told that your way of life is the best. You go to somewhere like, I don't know, like
we live in a society.
But no, but like you live in a society where you're constantly told that your ideals are the best. Your parents are telling you that your ideals are the best. Your local religious center is telling you that your ideals are what's right and that's the best.
Yeah.
And if you ever
and that anybody who opposes you is like evil and, you know, trying to subvert society.
So you've either got the I like to call it the Cartesian mentality, because, you know, Descartes was famously like, oh, how can I accept the world as real? What if the devil is constantly tricking me? And that's, you know, So like you have people who think that like anything that goes against their ideals, even if it sounds tempting, is the devil tricking them. And so they get into that mentality. Or people do realize, oh shit, I'm doing the same things as all these other groups that I'm told are bad are doing. Therefore, instead of accepting that I might be wrong, I'm just going to find other mental gymnastics to somehow distinguish what I'm doing from what they're doing, whether it means saying, no, they're actually this, or, you know, whatever.
Yeah. And, you know, you know, it is very much like a coping mechanism.
Absolutely.
But it's also like, so that's kind of like what a regular individual who, you know, like somebody who grows up like as an evangelical Christian, you know, like that's spouting off the, you know, your typical like, I was about to say Ben Shapiro type, but he's definitely not an evangelical Christian, but he aligns with them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but like grows up in that kind of thing. Like I think a lot of the time Ben Shapiro's not really grifting. He honestly believes that stuff.
No, yeah, I believe Ben Shapiro believes in what he believes in.
Yeah. But it's because he grew up in an atmosphere that, like, you know, of Reaganism, basically.
Well,
you know, like
it's I'm sure it's a mixture of multiple things, because like he's a part of a very I forget if it's, I think it's Orthodox, but like his sect is like very strict from what I recall. Like it's just a thing that happens to a lot of people, and you know, whether it's in small forms or extreme forms, like in the case of the Birch Society or PragerU or whatever.
Well,
but
I'm actually making an argument here about the thing, because like, so I'm kind of arguing that the John Birch Society is smarter than Ben Shapiro. So let me get the argument through. Main thing is, I'm arguing that Ben Shapiro and the, like, you know, those kind of like far right commentators, you know, who, you know, started off on like radio, and then, you know, Fox News, and then, you know, all these kind of vlogging platforms, I guess. You know, they were just immersed in this kind of like Reaganite evangelical, religious right kind of thing. But that didn't exist in 1966. I'm arguing the John Birch Society was actively constructing that.
Sure.
This is them. This conspiracy theory that they're building here is kind of one of those building blocks that that later conservatives would just kind of accept, because it, you know, was all the people espousing it were seeing this kind of propaganda and believing it. Like, that's the point of this propaganda, right?
Yeah, it builds.
Yeah. So it, like, that's the ultimate thing about this propaganda, is to get people to believe this conspiracy theory.
They were like the Beatles of conservative propaganda. Every following band would derive some influence from what they started, changing the propaganda industry forever.
Yeah. That's I think that's the
God, I want to vomit comparing the Beatles to the John Birch Society now.
But like, it's an apt comparison.
I'm now,
you know, say it's the like Elvis Presley. Then there, that's a good comparison.
I'm just imagining like what, like, you know, you've got like John Lennon, but then one of the members of this band is actually just John Birch, and he's just like an anti John Lennon, where it's like, well, to protest all the hippies, I'm going to keep working in the factory and not sleep. I will not get in the bed for days and days and protest or something like that.
Instead of a sleep in, it's a work in.
Yeah. just literally just does whatever the opposite of John Lennon is. And then the ironic thing will be like, he'll say
and then he does the shooting of John Lennon at the end, right?
The ironic thing is he'll say all these sexist things, but then he'll secretly actually be very nice to his wife.
Oh yeah.
And his wife will be
his wife is Phyllis Schlafly.
His wife will be a beautiful opera singer.
Oh yeah. Actually, wasn't Phyllis Schlafly like actually famous for being able to sing?
I don't know, but if that works, then sure.
Yeah, I think it does.
She can either be the anti-Yoko or the anti-Linda.
Mm.
Oh God, I'm trying to think of like who like the anti-Paul McCartney would be. I don't know, but
like Paul McCartney's just kind of a genuinely cool dude. Like that's kind of like his only defining character.
all right, so we need to think of okay, he was cool and he was also the cute one. So we need to think of an ugly, boring person to be the anti-Paul McCartney.
Yeah, his name is Ringo Starr.
Wow. How dare you? Although that reminds me of my favorite Beatlemania clip where some American newscaster is like interviewing a bunch of like screaming girls, and he's like, "So tell me, girls, which one of the Beatles is your favorite?" And then like this blonde lady's like,
by the way, Tyler has I have to. It wasn't Phyllis Schlafly who couldn't sing. It was Anita Bryant, the anti-LGBT gal, the Florida woman.
Okay, she could be the Linda.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh, so tell me, girls, which one of the Beatles is your favorite? And then like this blonde girl, she's like, Ringo's my favorite. Why is Ringo your favorite? He's got such a sexy nose. I mean, hey, look, I'm not going to judge. Good for you. Like, you found the man of your dreams with a big honker, and that's what you're into.
Yeah, the one defining trait about Ringo is that like one, he's a perfectly fine drummer. Like
his drumming, I think no. I think his drumming is underrated.
Oh well, I mean I just view him as like a session artist, and then he just liked to party. Like that's like his defining characteristic. He just liked to party.
The thing about like Ringo as a drummer, he's like kind of like how there are some guitarists that are just like they're not like pop culture good guitarists, but they're like a guitarists where like people who are really talented at the guitar are like, oh, here are all these nerdy things about how he plays that I just love so much, sort of thing. Like Steve Vai, I think is like a good example where like most people on the streets they wouldn't necessarily say, oh yeah, Steve Vai, he's the best guitarist of all time. But if you ask like a guitarist, like like, oh, Steve Vai is a guitar god. I mean, look at the way Ringo is kind of like that way for drummers because he was notably aside from the fact that he was really good at keeping time. So like
he was an actual session.
He was a session drummer. So there is that like workhorse drummer level of respect for like his endurance and things like that. But also he was left-handed playing on a right-handed drum kit. And so a lot of the ways that he would do certain drum fills or certain beats were him adjusting for the fact that he would start a fill with his left hand instead of his right hand. And so it would kind of so like for example, like
sorry, I'm reading comments. It's first Tyler says John Bonham had the harshest statement ever made. There is no man in music better described as adequate than Ringo Starr. And then also John Lennon once said Ringo is the second best drummer in the band.
That is true. But like for example, whenever like like a tom sweep, like or whatever, like you would naturally, but naturally because you're going left to right on a right-handed kit, you would start with your right hand, and since you're moving left to right, it's easier for you to go da 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 da.
Yeah.
But because Ringo would start with his left hand, he had his like fills would have this slight like like sort of thing.
I don't see why that you normally like on a traditional set you start with your left hand.
Or maybe I've got it reversed. But point is he was the wrong-handed for the kit that he was using. So therefore, like
it's when you're I don't have a kit or anything, but like when you're like don't you play drums?
I do. I mean, when I do fills, I start with my right. But point is, it was the way that. Yeah,
I would do it that way. No.
But basically, like, just because like he would start the reverse way of doing fills that normal drummers would do, but on the right-handed kit. A lot of his like hi-hat work and his fill work would just have like a very distinguished flair. And since he was good at keeping time, it didn't sound bad. It sounded cool. And so basically a lot of like drummer nerds are like, oh yeah, that's like a Ringo style fill. Like, you know, like that's the Ringo influence right there. And he had the biggest influence on how rock drummers drum. So you're familiar with traditional grip?
I don't know anything about drumming besides
So when you
around.
So when in marching bands, because you know originally most drums would be like, you know, tilted to the side rather than face up like on a drum kit in like a marching band traditionally. And so you had what was called the traditional grip on how you would hold your drumsticks where
you're talking about the
yeah,
this thing where it's like that like
yes,
like that where it's
yes. Yes, that was originally because like your right hand would be right next. Yeah, that was originally the format because your right hand would be next to the drum head, but your left hand would have to reach over, which is why it was tilted funny. And so that was like just the traditional way to hold your drumsticks. And then, you know, when you got onto jazz, most jazz drummers that got their start in like a marching band style, like, oh, it's what I'm used to. Or maybe they would tilt the drums a certain way, but like, you know, that was just what you do. But then Ringo was taught that too, because that was just what you would do. But then what would happen was part of the problem is when your left hand is twisted a little like that, you aren't able to hit it quite as hard as you could with your right hand. And so whenever the Beatles were performing, the girls were screaming so loud that they had a hard time hearing each other play. And because the drums were so important, Ringo
and for those who are listening, one thing that's important to note is that typically the drums were not amplified. Even for live concerts at like big like kind of stadium seating, they would often not amplify the drums because it was just loud enough on its own.
Yeah. And so like Ringo, his solution to having his drums hear louder was, of course, to just hit the things harder. So he decided one day, instead of doing a traditional grip, he was going to do what we now call a matched grip, where he just decided, I'm going to have my left hand be held the same way as my right hand, just so I can physically hit it louder and they can hear me better. And because, you know, the Beatles and everyone wanted to be like the Beatles, the next generation of rock musicians who are like, oh, I want to be a drummer like Ringo. And they would watch, and, you know, because what do? You just watch footage of him playing and you learn that way because that's all you could do. And so that's why, like, you know, jazz drummers, you'll still see them often. It's very common for them to use that traditional grip.
Yeah.
But then like rock drummers, you know, they use the matched grip like Ringo does. And so in a way, for at least for rock music and a rock style drumming, Ringo basically just completely changed the way that drummers drum. So he's a very underrated and influential drummer. But yeah.
All right. I didn't know any of that. You know, you don't think of Ringo as being innovative in any way, but
I mean, he still is the least of the four, but still good. Oh, hey guys, what is it, Ringo? I wrote a song for the album. Very good, Ringo. We'll put this song on the fridge. Yeah.
And it is also like, if there were any of the Beatles I would like to have a beer with, it's Ringo. Ringo's just the most affable of them all. Also, he knew how to drink, you know?
If it was like a public party type of setting, yes. If it was like a private one-on-one, like have a drink and a discussion in front of a fireplace.
Oh, no, I mean like at a bar.
Yeah. If it was more like, oh, hey, like, you know, let's just chat by the fire and enjoy a cold one and just have a, you know, a night. Like I would pick George for that.
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
George just seems like the one who would have. Now we are just way off the freaking.
Who cares? It's the Beatles. They're great.
Yeah, but like George seems like the one who could carry a conversation best.
Honestly, like George has just always been my favorite because he's because he's both really talented, but at the same time, like the more humble of them, where he's like, yeah, I could play.
Yeah,
I've got these ideas about like love and peace, but that's kind of neat.
Have you seen that interview where Lennon says that like we're more popular than Jesus? Have you seen that? Have you actually seen the interview?
I feel like I have.
You can actually see George kind of doing doing the like, maybe you shouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
Like he's the only one who kind of like has the wherewithal to think like, you know what, we're getting a little full of ourselves.
Yeah. Even though that was still taken a little out of context, but
Yeah, well, the point of it was that like they were literally more popular than like they're making more sales than the Bible, right?
Yeah.
Like that's true, but that's not what was said. It's one of those things where it's like he had the wherewithal to understand like that it wasn't just about like that specific context, but how it can be used in the media. Like he had that wherewithal.
I still love watching clips of like Beatles dealing with the press where so you've been accused on your new Rubber Soul album about writing songs about both masturbation and lesbians. What do you say to such accusations? And Paul's just like, well, you see, we just wanted to write some songs about some prostitutes, lesbians, and masturbation. Like, I was like, or whatever. Like, so tell us, gentlemen, how do you find America? And John goes, oh, we took a left at Greenland. Or whatever. Like they got all these like perfect, like witty answers for the press every time. I love it.
Oh, the Tyler says the quote is "What's wrong with lesbians and prostitutes?"
He added that. No, he added that later, but he did also say, "Well, we just wanted to write songs about prostitutes and lesbians." Last thing, but just because I love bringing this up every time, my favorite music beef response, because music has its beefs between artists all the time. One of my favorite responses was after the Beatles broke up. And, Paul McCartney, of course, has a very successful solo career. And John Lennon was kind of going down the route of like, Paul, you're a good musician and all, but you could be doing so much better. You've sold out. All you do is write love songs. And Paul McCartney's response was to write a song called Silly Love Song.
Yeah.
Where he's literally like,
just another silly love song.
What? Like, it almost sounds like you could like put that on TikTok today where like John Lennon's like, well, Paul, all you write is silly songs. Paul McCartney takes a puff of a cigarette and just turns his head. So what? Bum 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 bum. Or whatever. Like one of those modern like alpha male memes or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. The beef between Lennon and McCartney was kind of interesting, but let's get back on topic because I do want to finish this.
And McCartney, Lennon and Trotsky.
And how Trotsky secretly underwrote MLK.
Lennon and McCarthy.
Trotsky was there the whole time, even though he died in 1940. But we don't have to talk about that. He was there. But
it's like, wait a minute. Lenin and like Trotsky and Stalin never would have gotten along. Well, how do you know that? Nothing. I'm not a communist.
Ice picks. That's how I know it. I know about ice picks.
Frida Kahlo is a cousin of mine.
Wait, really?
No. It's because Trotsky was living with.
Well, I know that. I thought you were saying that you're related to Frida.
Well, no, I was going off the ice pick thing for Trotsky. It's like, Frida Kahlo was a cousin of mine, and she told me the story about how she found Trotsky dead in her home with an ice pick. Isn't that funny?
Well, his home was down the street by like 12 doors, something like that.
Yeah, but he was killed at Diego's house.
No, he was killed at his own house, but
was it? Or did
Yeah.
he just get home from Diego? Because I know that like he
had been kicked out of the house for 3 weeks or something like that before that.
Oh, okay.
But Kahlo was the one to discover the body. Although interestingly reported it to her sister, and then her sister went and told the police. Like she didn't actually report it to the police, and then ended up like getting questioned as a suspect and all that kind of stuff. There was actually kind of a really messy thing in terms of like establishing guilt on that one. Partially because Kahlo just did not handle it correctly. But kind of understandable because she had a fling with him. And that's probably why he had been kicked out of the house, by the way. So I did a episode on Frida.
I mean, not even Brezhnev could compete with her eyebrows. I mean,
eyebrows? You're saying that in the plural.
I mean, okay, that's fair.
Anyways, enough with the joking around. Let's get back on target because we got like 15 minutes left.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah.
Brotherhood. As it was in Cuba, where the comrades marched arm in arm to shouts of Venceremos, so it is in the United States, where the brothers march to the strains of We Shall Overcome.
We shall overcome. Oh, the scary communists. Listen to their scary words. You can just hear the evil in their notes, of course.
And can you believe LBJ said that on the floor of Congress? That communist slogan?
My God, what is America coming to? Or shall we say overcoming to now?
Oh, no.
In 1965, Martin Luther King explained the purposes of the marches and demonstrations as follows. The goal of the demonstrations in Selma, as elsewhere, is to dramatize the existence of injustice and to bring about the presence of justice by methods of nonviolence. Long years of experience indicate to us that Negroes can achieve this goal when 4 things occur. First, nonviolent demonstrations go into the streets to exercise their constitutional rights. Second, racists resist by unleashing violence against them. Third, Americans of conscience, in the name of decency, demand federal intervention and legislation.
I'll point out that what they're showing right now is the anti-lynching support for the anti-lynching bill in like 1936 or something like that, which very notably did not pass.
Fourth, the administration, under mass pressure, initiates measures of immediate intervention and remedial legislation.
So like, notice that they actually just laid out like what nonviolent protest is. Like they like the John Birch Society just laid out how like nonviolence works, and fairly accurately. Isn't that weird?
I'm sorry, I was muted. The whole point is that it's a ruse cipher.
Yeah, exactly. See, they're going to say like, up until 1958, when all of these uppity black people started coming around, all that protest prior to that was okay. But then suddenly they actually started getting things done, and now it's not okay.
Well, no, Cypher. You see, before the 50s, we didn't have TV, so you can't prove shit.
Except for they showed stuff from the 1930s. But
that
like,
sounds like something a communist would say.
But like, it's fascinating that they show this like deep understanding of the like philosophy of nonviolence, Because, like, the whole point of nonviolence isn't actually that, like, violence doesn't happen. It's that you use violence perpetrated against your nonviolent protest as a legitimator of your cause, right? Like, that's kind of the point. Like, Bloody Sunday at Selma was ultimately a nonviolence win, right? And it absolutely played into the passage of the Voting Rights Act. So, like, they grasp this, and yet they're trying to say that all of this is, like, astroturfed, and all of this is, like, fake stuff, and that these mob riots are, like, ultimately going to cause a revolution.
It's like whenever you see, like, conspiracy nuts online where they're like, I'm noticing that there are unfair things in this country and that the system may need some changing. Yes. In fact, I think if we organize together and address the problems of the system, we can make a difference. Yes, go on. So the Jews, and then it's like, like at the beginning where, like, they're like, okay, yes, you're noticing the problem, and then they just immediately somehow get the complete wrong answer.
Yeah, and it's just, it's everybody's like, oh. Get better material. Crow looks. My notes just say blood libel, blood libel, blood libel. Like, yeah, it's always fascinating that, like, how often conservatives will come right up to the line of, like, oh, I think you get it, and then like, all that stuff about, like, look, the economy is in the dumps. We have all of the, we have this, we have this system that is constantly making, constantly driving people into poverty. That, the working class can no longer afford to freaking, can no longer afford to pay for their own living and everything. And what we need to do to fix that? Lower taxes.
Yeah.
And it's like,
I think I know the system that needs to change. Capitalism? Government. Oh, God damn it.
It's just like, you're right there, but you turned right and instead of left. Like, you took a right at Albuquerque. Albuquerque, as Bugs says.
Albuquerque.
Like, and this is the John Birch Society doing exactly that. Like, they understand nonviolent protest, and, like, on a deep level, because it's not like, even like, a lot of the time MLK would purposely skirt around that, basically saying, like, oh no, the police won't do that. That's, we are here to just show our solidarity. But ultimately, there was that kind of, like, underlayer of, no, we kind of want the police to beat the crap out of us. Like, that's kind of the point. By them doing that, it proves that we are right, and, like, and the John Birch Society just said that, and somehow we'll get the wrong fucking message.
March with them. I didn't hear from everybody. Are you ready to march?
As Martin Luther King said, demonstrators staged a huge march on Washington, D.C. to dramatize their demands. They staged demonstrations across the country. And as Martin Luther King said, violence was unleashed. Then, accordingly, the federal government intervened, and a vicious legislative step on the road to tyranny was enacted in the form of the Civil Rights Bill of 1964.
Their cause must be our cause too. Because it's not.
Wait, say that again?
The tyranny in the form of the 1964 Civil Rights Bill.
Yeah, and, like, I'm almost numb to this now.
It's still funny to me.
Yeah. You know, it's an infringement on states' rights. Like, hell yeah, it is.
Goldwater just pushing up his glasses. Well, actually, you see, I'm not racist. I'm just trying to say that, like, there's a better way of doing this.
And facts just don't care about your feelings.
That's why you have groups of Goldwater girls and groups of Goldwater boys who are, quote, voting booth security groups. No comment.
And remember, this is the John Birch Society, as Lady Tyler here says. You know, they're going to play the "We Shall Overcome" thing as like a look how he has, you know, been corrupted by the communists. Because John Birch Society, but I don't know if you knew this, but famously was led by somebody who vocally proclaimed Eisenhower was a secret communist. Ike.
Yeah. Man.
Frickin' Ike. Somehow the, you know, secret communist.
Say what you will about LBJ, though, but he in many ways, you couldn't have asked for a better person to get this shit through.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, he was very much a Southerner, you know?
Well, not even just that. Not even just the fact that he's like from the South, so that like juxtaposes what the Dixiecrats would do, but also the fact that like he's from Texas and he knows how to get things done. Like his almost like mob tactics of like, now you listen here, but with a Southern accent,
and but there's also like that kind of like overbear because he was tall, strong, and
I know he's
like he'd literally like come up to people and I'd need to find that picture. LBJ
of him leaning forward against
against the wall. Yeah, with like some like senators going like, ah.
Exactly, like, you know, as much as I love him as a person, imagine if like Jimmy Carter was in this situation where he's just like, so I think you'll find it in your heart to do the right thing. Yeah, fuck off, Carter. Now that's not very nice. Meanwhile, LBJ just, you know, pushes them against the bathroom wall and just like, by the way, I nicknamed my.
Like there's multiple pictures of this where he's just like leaning, like this guy is up against the freaking desk just like, please leave me alone. They're like like faced. Oh wait, is that John Bird? I think that's John Bird. Was I think this is actually like during the thing. Yeah. And you can just, I mean, look at that. And then there's
just, you know,
like they're having a good time, but he's definitely like, you know, in that guy's shit, you know?
It's like, you know, while I obviously would never condone someone who is so rude and invasive of one's personal space, I just secretly long for the day that we finally get a president that has like a mixture of Teddy and LBJ.
Oh, here's one where he's actually shorter than the guy and he's still like in his shit.
But I am still waiting for the day where the Democrats have someone that has a little bit of like Teddy and LBJ intimidation factor.
Yeah.
Where they're able to get things done purely out of pressure.
Yeah. And like, I think that's John Bird, if I remember correctly.
I'm pretty sure you're right. That is.
Yeah. And like, I believe this picture, because it's a really famous picture, is that he's actually like trying to convince him to vote for the 64 civil rights bill. So like literally what the Birchers are complaining about. And the like, you know, the unfortunate thing is, you know who did have this kind of like intimidation factor? Trump.
Yeah, he did.
Like there's
I feel like it was less like one-on-one and more like through his base.
Well, no, the Trump handshake. It's famous.
Oh, okay, yeah, I remember that. Although he did get out handshaked a few times.
Oh yeah, I. That's just like, but like he famously would like pull somebody in. Like it would like grab them and like pull them in. Oh, look at them holding hands. Aw. But like
I said, if we can use this energy for good, that was my point.
Yeah.
That would be kind of nice.
Because like that picture says it all. They're even having a good time, but like he's still like in that guy's shit.
Well, I mean, you could still imagine it in almost like a yes, sir. That is very funny, sir. Yeah. I totally agree.
And the interesting thing is, like, he seems to have been like, it wasn't like some subconscious, because I think with Trump's handshake thing, I think it's like kind of like a subconscious thing that is just
he's
like
compensating.
Well, no, I don't think it's compensating. I think it's just like years of being a businessman that like it's just what you do when you are constantly shaking hands is that you
well, yeah, but there's also the cliche that like, oh, if you're a manly man, you're supposed to give a firm handshake.
Yeah,
and some people will like kind of like compensate if they aren't.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was purpose, but my main thing is that I don't think it's purposeful with Trump. I think it's just kind of like the way
it's habit. It's probably a habit.
Yeah, but like take a picture like this. Every picture you have with like here's one where he's like leaning in on somebody, but like here's MLK, and while he's leaning forward or anything,
it's a respectful pose.
Yeah, like he seems to have had the ability to like choose to be intimidating.
No, there's no doubt that he was like being intimidating on purpose.
Yeah,
that's why I'm saying I want someone like this again, so we can get things done.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, I'm sure like it, the media would go into conniptions over it, but it would still be worth it. Just imagine if one day someone just decided to not horse tranquilizer, what do you call it? Like someone just decided to like stab like a steroid needle into Joe Biden to give him enough energy to like try to pull this off with like Joe Manchin or something. Like imagine like listen here, Mac, here's what we're gonna do. and just like
and he's just like leaning in.
Yeah, like someone gave him like enough like horse steroids or something to give him the energy to do it.
Yeah.
They call me Big Mac.
There is other forms of intimidation that LBJ engaged in that I don't want anyone to do ever again.
Well, yes, LBJ was not perfect. If we can get it, like I said, just if
he likes to pull out his dick a lot. That's a I don't want that in president ever again.
The like the super soldier serum that they gave Captain America had like a super presidential serum where it's like, all right, we've got the speechisms of Obama, we've got the toughness of Teddy Roosevelt, and then we've got the intimidation factor of LBJ, and then we'll just like stir the formula together.
And then they accidentally added an extra ingredient, chemical X.
Thus, the power president was born.
What would chemical X be? Freaking Jackson or something?
It'd be memes.
Oh no, but that is Trump though. Trump had the power of memes.
Okay. They're like, all right, we're going to add Trump's meme factor to the formula, but let's not be public about that part.
Lady Tyler's like, oh no, not Elon DNA.
Oh God, you're right. Get rid of it. Abort.
Oh, I had to hold in my laugh on that one. I had to like to even like get it on screen. That's funny.
And then it'll just start where it's like, all right, so we're halfway through the primaries and we've got this random new dark horse candidate, and they just won 90% of California. How the hell did that happen? And they just
dark horse candidate, California.
They just like
Are we talking about Polk?
Oh God! But just, somehow, like, even though they come in halfway through the primaries, the formula is so perfect. They just win landslides, like on every state after Super Tuesday.
We're taking Baja and Sonora this time.
and then they're like, all right, so we added a little bit of Howard Dean to the formula, but we took out the scream part.
I honestly don't know much about Howard Dean
But
besides the scream.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, Howard, I mean, I don't want to go out say he was the Bernie of the camp of like 2004. He wasn't, because he wasn't like a Democratic socialist, but he was seen as a more progressive option to John Kerry. And so he was who early on many progressives rallied around. I would almost kind of compare him to like a Kucinich like figure,
I don't know who that is.
Oh, he was I forget if he was senator or governor, but he was a guy from Ohio in 2008 where he was probably the closest to being a Bernie on the field, but he just wasn't like
you know what a perfect example of it is, although a bit of different outcome. But RFK.
Yeah, kind of.
RFK to McGovern kind of thing. Like
Yeah,
McGovern's like.
I mean, I still wouldn't say that Howard Dean was an RFK, but point is he was.
No.
But
like, in terms of like being more progressive,
he was at least viewed that way. Although unfortunately, he's kind of become a little bit of a lobbyist since then. So much for that. But that was kind of what he was, the progressive disappointment of 2004, basically.
But let's get back to the president who can do intimidation real good.
We're going to go all the way to Washington. Yeah.
Just Negroes. But really, it's all of
That's a terrible way to start it. not just Negroes. Like,
we're cutting that out of the video.
Oh, that was a terrible way to start sorry.
To tyranny was enacted in the form of the Civil Rights Bill of 1964.
Their cause must be our cause too. Because it's not just Negroes, but really it's all of us who must overcome the crippling legacy of bigotry and injustice. And we shall overcome.
You even kind of slightly lean into the TV a little.
Now we mean business. Are you ready to march with us?
As Martin Luther...
Imagine the gall it takes to turn that into like a sinister cabal. Like, that is like, they just made like if this was just played out of context, just that clip from the LBJ clip to the "We Shall Overcome" thing, and then the who was that? That was like one of the main veterans of the civil rights movement. I can't remember his name. But like those three clips in a row and just cut it right there. You would think that was like like propaganda for the civil rights movement, right?
I mean, yeah, but that's because we have like somewhat decent morals and a heart. Yeah. I suppose if you lack those things, it would terrify you.
Yeah, well, see, but remember, we're on the what is it? The fourth step, the riot step.
King said the demonstrators staged a huge march from Selma to Montgomery, Alabama, to dramatize their demands. They staged demonstrations across the country. And as Martin Luther King had said, violence was unleashed against them. Then, accordingly, the federal government intervened, and still another vicious legislative step toward tyranny was enacted in the form of the Voting Rights Bill of 1965.
And these enemies too, poverty, disease, and ignorance, we shall overcome. I broke away from the party when it became clear to me what the communists were really up to.
What
was
is this
to use the Negro
juxtaposition?
people, this
Like, even though I know what they're going for, like, oh, see, I saw the warning signs and I left. But like the fact that they're juxtaposing it over, like, oh, people happily holding hands and singing about, oh, we'll get through this together. Just like, and that's when I knew the evil that had taken over the movement, and I had to leave.
Oh, remember, linking arms is a sign of communism.
I was wrong. How could I have been so foolish?
Yeah,
but man, it just really sounds like something like Uncle Ruckus from the Boondocks would say. As soon as I saw them holding arms together, that's when I knew.
It really is that like Uncle Tom kind of thing, you know. That's the whole point of these things. We don't like to use the term.
Remember, Tom. They said remember, Cypher. If they said that if you use Uncle Tom, it's actually not. It's just a trick. So.
Oh yeah, that was in the list of things.
That was in the list.
Yeah. Oh man, you gotta love that. It's like the way
that was definitely the funniest moment of the thing so far.
Oh, the list of words.
Well, no. Just like the juxtaposition I was talking about. Like that was definitely the funniest moment of this entire list. It was then I knew the evil that had taken over the movement. We'll get through this together. Hold your hands. I love you. Oh, evil.
I think the funniest moment is the they're linking arms. Communism. I still can't. I was laughing so hard on that one.
They're just like, I mean, they're unaware, and I guess like perspectives were different at the time. But in hindsight, it's just like these are cartoony ass villains. They're just so dumb.
Yeah,
and like how like so well, like
that's the thing that
it's
like
hindsight.
I'm hoping that when we get to the next batch of propaganda, you know, 70s through 90s period, that we'll find something that shows them starting to become a little more self-aware. You know, that propagandists start realizing that they need to kind of that they need to make these arguments in a much more subtle way, because it's not quite there yet. This is just constructing an argument that allows somebody to just deny civil rights. But you know, to deny any kind of opposition as ultimately serving a communist agenda. And you know, hence the goofy ass thing of like, you know, they're singing "We Shall Overcome," and then this, I knew that that's when the movement was broken. It's insane. And I'm hoping that we'll find something that will make the link between this kind of crazy stuff and like PragerU. Because you can see this is all the basic arguments of PragerU, but PragerU has like a package, you know, one that allows it to be like, oh, we're just you know, we're just trying to educate people. You know, it's the hiding of the of it. We'll actually see later in just a little bit that this gets even more blatant. So here we go.
country as cannon fodder in a violent and bloody revolution aimed at the establishment of an American Soviet dictatorship.
Give me that old freedom spirit. Give me that old freedom spirit.
Evil American dictatorship. Freedom.
It was to be a communist revolution. But the great majority of the American people would not be allowed to realize that until it had already happened. If all goes according to the communist blueprint, Americans will believe that the chaos and violence has something to do with civil rights.
That's literally what this is doing, though. That's literally what this is doing. They're linking the violence. Yeah, God damn it.
It's like, what is civil rights to you then? You know, like, what? It's kind of the same thing of like, you know, I believe in protest, but not this way. It's like, well, in what way then? Like, and you always get the like, well, like Martin Luther King, and it's like, this literally is Martin Luther King. And
the amount of times I've had to tell people, you know, they said the same things about like the 60s civil rights movement that they said about BLM, right? No, they didn't. Here's proof that they did. I refuse to believe that, but it's right there. I'm just that.
Or they'll try to be like, well, the Birchers were like an outside group. Nobody liked Birchers. It's like Ronald Reagan liked the Birchers.
Well, I mean, he was an outsider. I mean, he was an actor. He wasn't even a politician.
He was literally running for governor the year this came out.
So he was an outsider at the time, Cypher.
And it's not like he hadn't run a union or anything. Which, you know, according to, you know, all the politicians today, that's definitely a political appointment.
Well, you see, I was tricked by a bunch of communists. I thought they were talking about like the Union from the Civil War. And as a patriotic American, I thought, well, of course I'd support the Union. But then I learned the truth. The communists had tricked me. It turns out I was helping poor people. And that's when I knew.
And then led literally the longest strike in that Union's history. The 1960 strike, which was led by Reagan, was actually the longest strike in SAG history. Although I will point out, it was just SAG, not SAG-AFTRA. AFTRA was later, so like AFTRA includes a lot of the like lesser names.
I am just imagining just like Reagan's president in the 80s, and you have the air controller strike going on, and he's like, well, I know I've had a political evolution, but I don't know, there's just something about this, like I feel like support. And then like some donor behind him, now Reagan, you're already a conservative hero. We don't want to tell the public about the actors strike you let. No, of course not. See, I'm not pro-union. I'll just fire them all immediately. That's a good Reagan.
You know what voice you should put on for that? Frickin' Buckley. Buckley's the guy behind the scenes just pulling the strings.
No, Buckley's behind him wearing like Emperor Palpatine's robe or whatever with like the hood. He's like, now, Mr. Reagan, the conservative side of the force is very powerful, but you must strike now while the time is right.
Oh, so I should uphold the strike. No!
I'm afraid the mass firing power of the president is fully operational. So they just they have like Princess Leia as like a strike leader, and they're like, we have a new level of power that conservatism has not seen before. It is called President Reagan. You see, President Reagan has the power to aim at any industry and just mass fire everyone who refuses to go to work. You're bluffing. No one is that powerful. Now tell me, your place of work is the airport, correct? Yeah. All right, aim President Reagan towards the air controllers. What are you doing? I have decided to fire all the air controller workers. No! What have you done? And then, like,
did you see what Tyler said?
And then it cuts over to like another union leader, but it's like Obi-Wan. He goes, I heard the voices of thousands being given pink slips and silenced from the jobs. I kind of want this as a movie now. I want to make this a real thing. Just like how you have the Family Guy Star Wars, I want to make this a real thing where it's just the entire Star Wars, but Reagan is the Death Star.
You mean Reagan's Darth Vader?
Yeah, just somehow like somehow the Death Star gets destroyed. Like, all right, so we've found a flaw in the Reagan. You see, what happens is if we drop this bomb that we're calling a Clinton into the shaft over here, then his Reaganomic powers will be destroyed. And then by the time you get to the sixth movie, like, wait, they're building another one? Yes, and it's bigger than the first one. His name is Bush. And you just see like a model of like Bush's head being slowly constructed in space. This time he not only can destroy entire job industries, he can also level third world countries too. No.
But I don't know how to transition back to being
So anyway, the
topic.
Birch Society. Tyler said, "Oh, I thought it would be a rebel who would give Reagan a stroke." I'm like, okay, yeah, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Make no mistake about it. What is happening in the United States right now under the banner of civil rights is exactly what has happened in China, in Cuba, in Algeria, and in many other places around the world.
The goal of the international communist conspiracy is world domination. They have thus far been highly successful in accomplishing the step-by-step objectives necessary for reaching that goal. In the United States, the communist...
Woo, boy! Yikes! Oh man, look at that.
Are we gonna get some out of context Malcolm quotes now?
I wouldn't be surprised. I don't remember that. I have used bits and pieces of this in videos before, but only to get clips and like specifically this, because boy, that's just like they've a popular term now is like going mask off. It's like this is just like whipping your dick out and being like, look at it.
These are the stakes.
Plans call for two revolutions at once. A revolution of a supposedly oppressed proletariat or working class against
supposedly
the capitalistic system that is supposed to breed wage slavery, unemployment, poverty, crises, and
wage slavery. It's supposed to create wage slavery and unemployment.
All those stories about people getting fired from their jobs, they're just myths made up by communists. No one's ever been unsatisfied at their job.
And, we're complaining about people working for a wage, but also unemployment. Okay.
War. The second revolution is a revolt of the supposedly poor and oppressed Negroes of the Black Belt against the supposed lynching, segregation, social ostracism, and exploitation of the white man.
They say they are oppressed, and yet
The
they possess...
supposed lynching. They just denied lynching.
They say they are oppressed, and yet they possess a black belt. Which is it, you communists?
These Chinese communists and their frickin' martial arts. It's just like,
you know, I think this documentary is so funny. We're never getting through it. It's like Zeno's paradox. It gets funnier towards the end, so we keep pausing it closer and closer at the end.
It is. It really is. Like, I'm also just kind of running out of things to say because it's just so bad.
I mean, look, it's like 10:30. I don't mind like ending it. We kind of get the idea at this point.
Well, there's a part. I mean, like you could tell it's getting worse as we go along. I really want to finish.
Well, no, like you can skip ahead is what I'm saying if you want.
Oh, I think because there's a clip that comes right around here. I think we'll find out if it starts doing more like look at them sing. We'll skip that.
Currently, what the communists call their Negro Revolutionary Movement, now masquerading behind the humanitarian banners of civil rights, is contributing tremendous momentum to the communist plans to take over the United States. Divide the people. Get them fighting among themselves rather than their common enemy. Create the appearance of popular support through a favorable press and the use of terror, intimidation, and the creation of martyrs. Make the world believe the revolution is a popular one, particularly among those being liberated. Neutralize the opposition. When obstructionists to the cause become too irritating, label them as fascist, Nazi, anti-Semitic, extremist, racist, controversial. Precipitate mob violence. Get the mobs into the streets. March and demonstrate. As the demonstrations grow in number and intensity, they...
Notice that entire time they didn't really show much mob violence. Like, they actually had a perfect opportunity to show Birmingham. I was expecting them to do that, but they didn't.
will acquire political character through the desired collision and open combat with the forces of law and order. Since mass action culminates in insurrection and civil war, what of the fifth principle of the communist strategy? Create the semblance of revolution.
Had not this rotten, fascist, racist cop, lieutenant, that killed a young cowboy, had he not killed the boy very well might have died in South Vietnam in the name of freedom. Very well have died in South Vietnam in the name of freedom.
Okay, so they're just going to argue that, these like anti-war statements, these they're going to play some Black Power statements and that kind of stuff and make it seem like it's all one movement. We get the idea. So I think we can skip forward a little bit. We only have 6 minutes to go on the thing anyways. So it's not
Which
much
means
left.
the stream about has an hour left.
That's why I want to skip forward, because they're going to basically just say like, oh, what Black Power? That's like they're Malcolm X is evil.
What's going to happen to the United States?
Robert F. Williams.
We shall take the talk
Through Canada.
What?
the imperialism of place with our battle cry of freedom. Freedom now or death. For our people.
In the monthly newsletter published in Cuba and sent into the United States through Canada, the revolutionist Williams tells the Negroes of this nation, we must be willing to suffer jail. We must be willing to suffer death. We must be willing to kill for freedom.
There are Gestapo policemen on every street corner.
Okay, well, we get the idea.
Far from over. 1965, the demonstrations became riots.
Okay, this is footage of LA during the Watts riot. You know, kind of this was a very brutal uprising, and it you know, this is what I was waiting for. You know, them being like, "Look, riots."
Finally culminating in the worst race riot in this nation's history in the Watts district of Los Angeles.
Oh, that's the worst.
Clearly, LA will never have such a riot of such magnitude ever again.
You know, and also the Watts riot being the worst. The Watts riot.
These were such innocent times, Cypher.
Oh, hold on. What about all the race riots of like the 1870s through 1920s?
That was the before time, Cypher. Those don't count.
Like, I mean, you know, name 5 race riots that were worse than freaking were worse than the Watts riot. New Orleans, New Orleans,
Tulsa.
New Orleans, New Orleans, New Orleans.
Tulsa.
Yeah, it was 1921. I was going 1866 New Orleans, 1868 New Orleans, 1871 New Orleans, 1901, 1902 or 3 New Orleans, and 1931 New Orleans.
You know, you could, since they seceded.
That's all just one place that was all worse.
You know, considering all the states seceded because of slavery and white supremacy, you could argue that the entire Civil War was a white race riot. White riot, I want to ride. White riot,
That's actually an interesting. That's actually a pretty compelling case. It
was sure it was a bit more subtle and psychological,
well,
but boy,
remember
did they
the
riot.
conversation we had about you know, a riot elevating to being a rebellion?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, like.
Why ride? I want to
Now,
ride.
Mr. Sea Otters, I like that name. I will say, oh, did I miss a take a swig? I missed a take a swig. I'm sorry. Oh, and it's Tyler. Cheers, Tyler. But I wouldn't, Sea Otter, I would not say that Watts was a mild case. I think like 12 people died, right? Oh, 34. Actually, a number of the cases I named in New Orleans were less deadly. A number of them, like 2 of them. But like most of them were actually more deadly. But like there is such a I know everybody wants to focus on Tulsa. I honestly kind of wish to push back on that. Like the singular focus on Tulsa is getting to the point that everybody's like forgetting how pervasive of a phenomenon this was. For a century, for almost a century, from 1866 all the way to the 1920s and 30s, it was absolutely pervasive and continued into the 1940s. And this is anti-black race riots, as opposed to, you know, for instance, the Watts riot was an anti-police riot. It's, I wouldn't say it's the first of the kind of like what we would think of today as like a BLM riot, because that was a year prior in starts with an H. It's New York. Harlem. in Harlem. In Harlem, the in 1964 is often considered the first ghetto riot, and I used to dislike the term ghetto riot because like it has some nasty racial overtones, but that's actually good. That's a useful term because black people were ghettoized in the United States and still are in many ways. Ghettoization meaning being put in a city to themselves, basically segregated by the design of a city. That is literally what a ghetto is. And I think we're all kind of in agreement that that happened here. And so protesting against that, especially specifically against police brutality, that was 1964 in Harlem. I think it only had like it's normally includes the two black people who were killed that started the riot, not the black people who started the riot, but the two black people who were killed by the police. And that initiated the riot, the Harlem riot. I don't think anyone else died, if I remember correctly. Yeah, just one death, and that's including the kid who was shot, like a 15-year-old kid, something like. Yeah, it says it right there in the first sentence. 15-year-old African American was shot and killed by police lieutenant. I'm not going to say his name, but like, but the Harlem riot is normally considered the first of the ghetto riots. In fact, oh, hey, look at this. If we pull up the thing, it actually has a little thing that says ghetto riots. Like that's and literally starts with Harlem. I'm surprised Wikipedia has this. Like, this is something I've gotten a lot of pushback on when I stated it like a few years ago on the whole race riots video. That like this was a periodization or anything. I was citing a historian, and Wikipedia did not have this article back then. And wow. And they have a thing about the Kerner Commission. Wow.
See, that's the neat thing about Wikipedia. It can actually get better.
Yeah. And then like response to like serious issues. I'm thoroughly impressed with this page. Did not expect that. I mean, I would like to see like a better listing than just here's a bunch of pages. Give us like a chart that says like, reason, outcome, that kind of thing. But still, wow. They even have a subcategory. Sorry, I'm geeking out a little bit because like this is American violence, and like it's so hard to get this kind of like recognition of like American violence as a thing. But in terms of the whole like pushing back on the singular look at Tulsa. So let's actually look at the Tulsa Race Massacre. I'm guessing there's going to be okay. So right here, mass racial violence in the United States. And when you get here, suddenly, look at that. It's not really right to focus on a singular event because look at that.
I mean, to be fair, part of it was that like there were many aspects about it that were revealed more recently. And so it's kind of like more fresh in the mind, so to speak.
Well, the big expose of new material on the Tulsa Race Massacre was actually in 1999 when a big commission was put together by Tulsa and everything. And that was well known. That was very public, very well known in the community. Just people didn't care. You know what made people care was the Watchmen depiction. Like that's why people keep on bringing it up.
There was a thing. Wait, Watchmen depiction, like the movie?
No, the TV show.
Okay, no, then it's before, because there was something else that came out before that brought it back into light. I remember because I was in school.
Yeah, it was
happened.
in school. You mean graduate school?
High school. No, I remember like something else came. It wasn't the Watchmen thing. Something else came out. I think it was either someone involved with
Unless
it.
you're talking about the actual commission. Like the commission was a big deal back in 1999.
No, yeah. I'm saying it was something after the commission. Like either someone either like died or confessed or something. That I don't know. It's been a while.
As of what was it? As of like, I think the last person who like actually had a memory of it died in like 2016. So like, and there's still somebody living today who is black and there, but you know, she was a baby. But the point is, it's much more important to talk about this as a phenomenon rather than a specific instance.
I agree. I'm just saying it's just fresh in people's minds, which is why it's being focused upon.
Yeah. But let's get back to the video because you know, we're very close to the end here.
Across the United States, law enforcement officers were dead, and Negroes did die in the streets, and the situation was far from over. 7 days after the rioting broke out in Watts, a new newspaper started publication, the voice of all the oppressed and exploited. Calling for the workers of the world to unite, this new voice of the people declared that
all the people of the U.S. who oppose U.S. imperialism wish to thank the Communist Party of
34, and still again in 1965, we hear
the Negro people.
By the way, I will point out that newspaper, they just admitted that the newspaper didn't just start right after Watts. It was actually had been around for 20 years. So they're just lying and then admitting that they're lying.
Constitute a nation in the.
Oh, go ahead.
I figured out what it was. So I guess I was technically in college and high school. But so the Watchmen thing you're talking about was 2021. This was in 2019, where in preparation for the upcoming 100th anniversary in 2021, but in 2019 they decided to use radar to search for mass graves.
Oh yeah,
on the side of the right, and so they
that
found
survey actually didn't finish until earlier this year.
Yes, but they did, like in 2019, they found like, I think it was like a little under like 40 bodies that they were able to identify or something like that.
One of the people they actually used to basically like know how to read the ground penetrating radar was actually a professor here at UNM
Nice.
down the street.
Yeah, but the point is, I remember like when that happened, a lot of people were talking about it online and offline. So I think it was just like fresh in people's minds.
Yeah, and obviously the reason why the Watchmen used it was because it was the centennial.
Yeah,
you know, it's also one of like 6 times I can think of that aerial bombardment has been used in the within the United States.
I think it was like the first time that we used it on our own citizens.
No, nowhere close.
Really?
No.
Or am I thinking of firebombing?
That would be that. Well, still no. But that would be largest city in freaking Baltimore. In Baltimore in 1861.
We used firebombing?
Yeah. From a balloon.
Oh. Well, maybe it's the first from a plane.
That would be I wrote a fucking paper about this. something mountain. It's in West Virginia. Blair Mountain. There we go. The Battle of Blair Mountain, which was earlier that year.
Oh, but anyway, that was it. Continue. We can do it. We can finish.
We're very close to the end. You can see the progress bar, can't you?
No.
Oh, yeah. We're 3 minutes out.
All right, let's go.
Black belt of the South.
And lest there should be any misunderstanding, Nobel Peace Prize winner Martin Luther King followed the example of Lenin Peace Prize winner Fidel Castro and Lenin Peace Prize winner Ben Bella, and protested that, "I am sick and tired of people saying this movement has been infiltrated by communists and communist sympathizers. There are as many communists in this freedom movement as there are Eskimos in Florida."
Guilt by association. And then just basically calling MLK a dupe for communism. So can you guess what their answer will be to all of this rampant communism, this cultural Bolshevism?
He lies.
No, but like, what do you? Because there's going to be a point being made. What do you think the point will be? You know, they've constructed this conspiracy theory in which you can just deny any kind of civil rights as being a communist plot. What's the answer to that communist plot?
America. I don't know what.
What's the standard answer to BLM?
Oh, God. Oh, God. Just play the video.
You know what's coming, huh? You gotta love the dun, 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 dun. He shook hands with the communists.
In the past hour, we have offered only a brief survey of the material that's available to support the charge that the civil rights movement, as we know it today, is simply part of a worldwide movement organized and directed by communists to enslave all mankind. There are hundreds of additional witnesses and thousands of additional facts to testify to the communist involvement in the American civil rights movement, but the limitations of time prevent their inclusion here. We urge you to continue your studies of these unpleasant truths and gain a more complete understanding of the conspirators' plans to subjugate the United States. Begin by reading It's Very Simple,
Buy
The
our
True
book!
Story of Civil Rights by Alan Stang, The Civil Rights Packet, and the other books and pamphlets on civil rights that are available from one of the American opinion libraries across the nation. We also urge you to resolve first that you will not fall victim to the communist plot to set race against race, American against American. And second, that you will now join with other patriots in a positive program and concerted action to save for our children and their children.
And there we go. Get it? Buy our book. Support your local
There's
police.
always a book.
So, like, I know the most online thing, the most terminally online thing to say would be like, oh, look at the grift. One, no, it's not a grift. printing costs money. But like,
plus they believe what they're saying.
Yeah. But like, it's so like the thing that like the that has always that always accompanies a lot of this stuff is spread the message, right? Well, if you put the book on the coffee table and then we're worried about them commies and everything, support your local police. And I don't we could play the last little bit of it. We got like 10 seconds, but I'm pretty sure it's just going to be like, and support your local police.
This once glorious country and humane civilization which we ourselves inherited.
The end?
God, if only it were.
But also, like, respect authority. Respect my authority. Like, that's ultimately the thing. Stop with all this crazy nonsense about equality and civil rights. That's just them trying to divide us and make their own revolution. But like, ours is one of a nation of laws supported by the brutal power of shooting black people.
Just wanted to leave the pause in there to make that statement as awkward sounding out of context as possible.
But I mean, like, yeah, right? Like, that's ultimately the message.
Yeah.
And it's kind of what the conservative message has been since, when it comes to any kind of racial justice.
Also, you gotta love the classic. We encourage you to do your own research to learn. Wait, no! It has to be our research.
Yeah, but gotta shill that frickin' gotta shill them books and everything. You'll notice that like most PragerU stuff comes with a bit of shilling. And of course they're always selling a product. Because that's how you defeat the communists. They've constructed this entire conspiracy theory about how communism is trying to destroy America, and then like any kind of progress can be defined as that destruction. The tyranny of civil rights, as they said. It's kind of flabbergasting to hear it like said that straight. But like, that is ultimately what like all these conservative pundits are doing today, right? Like, there's so many parallels. Tigerstar?
I mean, yeah.
And like, final thoughts?
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah.
Except I guess now it's like, shit, they've been to public school at this point. Okay, we'll have to try harder.
Well, I mean,
schools have been taken over.
Yeah, exactly. And
Remember, all the people who literally know the most about the subject, they've all somehow been taken over. They're all puppets the entire time. Somehow this has been a problem for decades that we've just never bothered fixing. They've just always been there. So don't ever go to anywhere to learn except our book or YouTube page.
Yeah. And So something I would like to so we need to find a 2 videos to watch for the next one where we watch something related to propaganda. So the format, for those who didn't know, is that like we both bring something to watch. Although we didn't do that for World War II, but we kind of just had like the perfect piece of propaganda for World War II. But like we need something that bridges the gap between the internet age and this and the 60s. A clear piece of propaganda that we can observe and that shows a change in how propaganda is produced, what it does, and what it's capable of.
Well, I think the clear answer is some good old classic satanic panic VHS tapes.
It could work.
I still need to find it, but there was one in particular where they're like, oh, like invade the privacy of your son's room to determine if he's a devil worshiper. And like, first they like open the door and then they see like the Slayer poster and they're concerned. And then they see like an ashtray and pot on his thing. So then they're more concerned. And then like, they keep finding all these things, but then you see the dad look under the bed and is horrified, and the mom's like, what is it? And then they just pull out like a rusty sword. I'm just like, okay, so you started with the Slayer, that makes sense. And then you get the drugs, that makes sense. And all these things, a condom or whatever. But what could be worse than all of those things? Look, honey, he's got a rusty sword. It's like truly the bounds of evil have no limits or whatever.
Yeah. And what I would like to see is a little bit more competence, in like the closest I can think of is like some of those like police training videos where they talk about like especially like the whole broken windows thing where it's like, if you let a broken window somebody get away with breaking a window, then it might turn into a whole neighborhood of broken windows, and then you just have a crappy neighborhood, and drugs and cartels come in, and then you just have lost the entirety of America.
Do you want Malcolm in the Middle's neighborhood to be your neighborhood?
So like that's the kind of thing that I want to see in the next one. Basically taking the propaganda techniques that we saw in Don't Be a Sucker and Anarchy USA, but have like refined it into less of just like this is the argument and into like a subtler form of propaganda. Because that's what happened with propaganda after this. That like what we've been watching thus far is that it's making a very clear statement. Like they set the agenda that they're going to be pushing right from the get-go. But it became subtler than that. And it starts blurring the lines between like advertisement, recruitment, argumentation, sincere argumentation, that kind of stuff. Like there's a reason why we have such an issue with like, well, the Ken Burns' Civil War that's funded by the government, but like, no, that's not from an advocacy group. So like we need examples like that. Chat, it would be great if you guys will either put it in the chat or I will be asking people on Twitter for examples.
You know what? Just to save the chat some time, we'll just watch Top Gun next stream.
Man, imagine like how quickly this stream would be shut down.
We'll do okay. So we'll have a mirror placed where your door is at. And then we'll have like a light with like a red filter on it for communism. And then just have it over the mirror, and then maybe add like a little bit of a 80s VHS static filter over it. And then I'm sure we'll be fine. And then put it on in French with Japanese subtitles. That'll get around all the censors.
Yeah, but also, actually not propaganda. So
I can't believe how much they got to you.
But like I like the idea of like doing a Satanic Panic one. I just can't think of any. I mean, clearly you have thought of something. But
I'm not as like familiar with like individually famous ones. I'm just, when I think of 80s and propaganda and fear mongering, that's just the thing I think of the most.
I just thought of a perfect one.
And what would that be?
PSA of just say no.
Oh God!
Okay, yeah.
It's elementary school all over again.
Dude, dare. Oh, dare, yeah. It's got actually. What I really want to see is something like that's sponsored by Dare, but you don't know it.
Maybe.
Or like,
look, the dare guy. He's a lion. He's like Simba from the Lion King. Don't you want him to be your friend? Back off, pig. Now that's a very strong language from an elementary schooler. I'm not a narc. Now hold on, little Timmy. Drugs aren't cool. Bite off.
Wasn't there like a Dare cartoon? Like, I swear that must have been a thing.
I don't know if there was a cartoon. I just remember that like they had a mascot that kind of looked
the
like
lion.
Simba. Yeah.
I found something almost immediately. Yeah, that might work. Only 15 minutes too. We can watch a Dare cartoon.
The real question is, do we dare?
I feel like there has to be something subtler than that,
No, it's Reagan. It's.
I mean, this is actually 1994.
It's leftover Reaganism,
It's Dare. It's like Dare was such a weird Do you know that it's back? It's actually back. Yeah.
Ooh, okay. So, assuming we can get away with it, yours can be like a dare thing, and then mine will be the one where it's the one where they get all the cartoon characters to tell little what's his name not to smoke a joint or whatever, where they've got like Bugs Bunny, Garfield, Alf, like all the characters,
that is definitely like. How about we just theme it around the drug war then?
Yeah. So I'll do the cartoon one. You do the Dare one. Perfect.
We do drug war propaganda.
I remember.
I don't know if that's not really going to show like an evolution in it. Besides, like, I guess.
I would argue the cartoon one is an evolution because now you're aiming towards kids instead of adults. Of an adult audience. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, think about what a game changer it was when the kid was in an alley trash can about to smoke a joint, and Bugs Bunny goes, "What's up, Doc? What's this? Is this a joint, Doc? You think joints are cool, Doc?" And then Garfield just pops out of the trash can. "Yeah, man, drugs aren't cool. Normally as Alf, I would eat the cat, especially because the cat is fat. But I'm here to tell you that, yes, drugs are bad." And
yeah, yeah. Let's theme. We'll talk on Discord about which ones we'll do and everything later. But yeah, we'll theme it around that.
Sweet.
I do think that because at some point throughout the 70s to 90s, propaganda started realizing that they had. So you had, well, actually, this might actually play into it. Like, think about like how like cigarette companies started trying to fight against their regulation and everything, and like warning labels and that, and they started putting out propaganda, right?
Yeah.
I just can't think of anything. And like, what would be especially interesting is if we find a good example of something that was really popular but was actually propaganda and wasn't like even realized at the time.
My doctor says that Winston cigarettes are the best.
And that's just an advertisement.
Yeah, but it's the fact that they're also under the guise like, oh no, these are good for you.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can think of like the Flintstones when they would do cigarette advertisements and that. But actually, at that point, that was perfectly normal. But like, no, I'm more talking about like a piece of media that we all consumed, or might have consumed at the time. I wasn't alive in the 70s. I wasn't alive for most of the 80s either. But like, the and you weren't alive in the 80s at all.
Of course not.
I was born in 88.
But
the something that we might have consumed that would have been actual propaganda, and not realized it, that would be the best example of something where we didn't actually know that it was propaganda.
The breakfast cereal lobby. They told us that we were making a Trix rabbit happy by finally voting to give him Trix, but it was all a lie for money.
He's never allowed to have them.
No, he was. There was a thing at the end of the 80s where basically the rabbit's just like, well, I just want a bowl of cereal. That's all I have ever wanted. And the kids are like, are we kind of being mean? Should we give him a bowl of cereal? And so they actually had viewers vote. They actually had viewers
and
vote.
They actually said yes?
Yes.
No.
Honestly, no. Like, honestly, it is as dumb as it sounds. I almost use it as an example of like, the good parts of humanity, because like I know that like the idea of like, oh, children are like perfect and pure is kind of like overly stated, but there is something kind of heartwarming about a bunch of children just like, hey, they're bullying that rabbit. I think he deserves a bowl of Trix. And all the children are just like, yeah, give him the bowl of cereal or whatever.
You know what would have happened in the 2000s though? That freaking poll would have been brigaded all to hell.
I mean, yeah. But still, it's kind of heartwarming. It's kind of like the opposite of the poll that they had for Jason Todd.
Oh yeah, and everybody hated him so much that they voted
for him to get brutally beaten and killed. Well, okay,
I don't think they actually voted. I think they voted like. I think the vote was like,
will Batman save him?
Yeah, it wasn't just like, will Batman save him? It was like there was something predicated in it, in the question that was like, will Jason Todd remain the Robin? Like, there was something in the wording of it that like made people like go, yeah, get rid of him. I hate him.
You've got the spectrum of polling where on the one end you've got the children vote to give the rabbit cereal, and then on the other end you've got let Jason Todd die. Fuck him.
Yeah, although
the mob mentality scale.
That was that was in the 90s, and that was like well into the.
I thought Jason Todd was the 80s. Because in the 80s, Dick Grayson was already Nightwing.
I could be wrong, yeah.
Because I remember in Teen Titan comics by like the mid 80s, he was already Nightwing.
1988.
Yeah.
The year I was born. All right.
That's why you're so cynical.
Because they killed Jason Todd.
Yeah, just somehow your DNA was just like, yeah. That's life.
Let him die.
You gotta let him die. Oh God, Hootie and the Blowfish encouraging to let Jason Todd die. That would be funny. Instead of let her cry, it's let him die.
Oh man. But like, yeah. So we'll find some stuff. By the way, I won't be able to do the live stream next week because I will be on my way to Boston. If anybody's there, be sure to hit me up. We'll be doing some sort of meetup on the Sunday. Not your Tiger Star because I know you don't want to go, but we're doing this big EduTuber hangout thing.
Almost sound like you said edgy tuber.
Yeah, I'm so edgy, dude. I don't even know.
So the Amazing Atheist and I are going to have a stream.
Although apparently being able to use the word uppity is apparently edgy.
Well, I don't know. Maybe that was just because like my family was like overly polite then. Because I remember being taught that was a bad word.
That the word uppity was a bad word?
Because like, well, in the sense that like it was only used for racial connotations, and therefore,
yeah,
you know, so like saying,
well,
uppity,
that was the example of why I was using it.
Yeah, so like it was kind of like taught of just like because that is the only way it is used, you just don't use it.
It's not only it's not only used in a racial way; it's often used in a class way. But it's it's basically always about somebody attempting to get out of their station in life. Like that's kind of the definition of the word uppity.
But like, you know, that's just like what I was kind of like taught. And I kind of remember like growing up seeing pop culture, like in movie shows, books, there would always be like a moment where like the boss goes mask off a little bit and they're like, you're all being a bunch of uppity, and then like everyone just gasps or whatever. And he's like, and he kind of realizes, oh, I just fucked up, you know, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. When something like that would happen in a TV show where everybody gasps, the joke is that, or the purpose of that is that the gasp is masking the N-word.
Shit, I didn't even think about that. I just thought it was just more like, oh, he's going there. I didn't think it was.
Think about like the scene in Blazing Saddles, for instance, where they're like,
oh, it's been so long since I've seen that movie.
Oh, but you'll understand as soon as I say it. Sheriff is riding into town, and there's the prospector up on top, like seeing it, and then he's like yelling down to everything, and like he's like, the new sheriff is and then freaking like something happens, like somebody collapses, and I couldn't hear that. What was that? The sheriff is and then like somebody shoots off a gun.
Like in that sense, I was talking about more like it, like a collective gasp. Like it wasn't, it wasn't like trying to hide it. It was just more like,
well, that that's played as a joke. Obviously, they actually say the word a number of times in Blazing Saddles, but that's what I'm saying. It's like, even because the first time that they're actually going to use the word in the movie is that, right? So like it's already a pre-established joke by 1972. So that's what I'm getting at, is that like, these uppity and then
I don't know.
The is blocking out the bad word.
It's weird because like I mean, in my family, I kind of had like this family where like my mom was not like super strict, but she was kind of strict about like being rude to someone. So like, for example, there was no issue. Like if I was a little kid and I said shit, my mom wouldn't have cared. She probably would have thought it was funny. But weirdly, if I would have told my brother to shut up, even though she would not say shut up as a curse word, she would definitely kind of be like, hey, you never like say that sort of thing. Like, you're supposed to be like, polite to someone. So it was almost kind of like this weird thing where like, she wasn't like anti-vulgarity, but in a way there's kind of that crossover with being rude to where, I don't know, there were lots of things that I was taught that like I just shouldn't say, or that were bad things to say that,
Well, it's also
you know.
you grew up in the Midwest, so like,
Oh yeah,
that's very much like Midwestern. that kind of
oh yeah,
like
no, oh yeah, it's very Midwestern.
overly polite.
In fact, I remember that this is almost kind of funny in hindsight now because at the time, like when I was in like third, fourth, fifth grade, there was kind of a running joke of like what we called elementary school curse words, where we
like
would
hell.
Well, yeah, but but what's kind of funny in hindsight is at the time we would have said, okay, that's not as bad as a real curse word, but nowadays it's an outright slur because we would have thrown fagé in there. So because the list was, it was like hell, crap, fagé, and two of them, the R slur, retarded. So
that was not like considered a bad word when I was in school at all.
No, well, yeah, you're older than me, but like, and I like when I was in elementary school, it was kind of like half and half. Like half the students were like taught like, no, that's
grade school. I only got out of school like last semester.
I remember in elementary school, it was kind of like an interesting divide where like half the kids were rightfully taught of like, hey, like that's it's a horrible word. You should never call people that, respect disabled people, blah, 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 blah. And then the other half of the students are like, who gives a fuck? That's retarded. Da, 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 da.
Yeah.
And, they'd say it all the time. Yeah. It was very half and half. And
I was definitely of the time when like gay just meant stupid. Like
that was true too. Yeah.
Oh, that was still the thing?
Yeah, that was still a thing, at least in...
I felt like that stopped being okay. I mean, it was never really okay, but like, it stopped being common in like, I don't know, before Afghanistan, so like 2008, 2009.
Well, yeah. Well, I was born in 96. So I was in elementary school before 2008.
Well, I mean, like in high school.
Yes. So like when I was in elementary school, calling something gay was kind of in that list of like elementary curse words of like, oh, don't say that. But a lot of people use it to mean like stupid. Mm-hmm. Middle school, I remember, was the turning point where like I first learned about LGBT stuff, the gay straight alliance in schools, and I met my first, LGBT person and all the letters. It was kind of around that time where the shift was happening. Mm-hmm. And then it's like, no, you shouldn't say that's gay or whatever. I even remember like the first day of 6th grade, my last class of the day was an art foundations class, and the teachers like art foundation. So it's like basics of art.
Oh, okay.
Like perspective and things like that. But the teacher there, which in hindsight, I'm pretty sure he was gay, but I didn't know at the time. I remember he's like, hey, I'm a pretty chill guy. The only 2 hard rules I have is don't call something retarded and don't call something gay. And I remember that was kind of the first time I was like, oh, just being weirdly, that was the first time I was like, directly told that in such like a precise, firm, no, just don't do it sort of thing. And, and turns out that was definitely kind of like the start of like a transition point. But then now, ironically,
when I was first told not to do that was like elementary school. But remember, I grew up UU, so it's a bit different.
Well, yeah, because now the ironic thing is, especially if you're LGBT, but even now, it's kind of gone back the other way where they're like, it's kind of harmless to call something gay. It's kind of funny now.
Yeah.
So
it's a like reclaimed.
I'll tell you the biggest debate right now, and I personally find it really interesting, is the use of queer, because there's kind of this interesting debate going on because
there's older people who still find it offensive, but like especially like academia has fully embraced the use of the word queer.
Yeah, but especially it's a regional thing because like like I have Midwestern in my family, but like the Ozarks is like the South, and if you grew up in like the deep South or the upper South, it was more common to hear queer than fagé, and
Oh.
and queer was kind of the equivalent of calling someone a fagé. It had the same impact. So for people, so not only just for older people, but especially like older people who grew up like through like the 90s, say, and early 2000s in the South, to them it would be like if we just normalized fagé as an academic term. So to them it's just kind of like, oh, I don't like that at all. So it's kind of like a interesting example of like a regional dynamic.
Yeah, because I don't think growing up, I don't think I ever heard queer as like a slur, like ever used as a slur.
No, it's a very Southern thing.
Well, I shouldn't say that. I've definitely heard it in like movies.
Yeah, like because like there was I'm trying like I know it's a thing that like I've heard a lot of people mention. I can't say that I've seen it myself, but it sounds like something that was like really common in like the 80s and the 90s. But there was a form of like in the South, a form of like touch football that you would play on like schools and stuff because you weren't allowed to tackle or whatever. But
two-hand touch.
Yeah, but it was really common for students to call that like
queer football.
Well, no, it was like steer the queer or like something like
that.
Oh
yeah, no, I've heard that one.
Yeah. So that would be an example of like
that's not football. Steer the queer is it's actually a specific game. It's what it would be the like I'm thinking it had like the older name is something with like monkey, but like it's not monkey in the middle. It's like but basically you have the person who has the ball and like everybody else is trying to get it.
Yeah. And I said steer the queer. It was smear the queer.
Yeah. Well, no, steer the queer is when you're just touching. Smear the queer is when you tackle.
Either way, yeah,
because that's the smearing.
But it was commonly used with like footballs and other sports balls. But
honestly, I've never even thought of that as like a gay reference. I thought it was just like an old timey term,
Well, and you know what? Like it probably is, but like but if you're,
I mean, like. You think of like
is,
queer ideas, I just had a queer idea, and then it's like, it's just like the same as saying like I had an odd thought pop into my head,
Yeah, like, and you're probably right, but at the same time, if you're just like a dumb bully in the South, like you're not going to care. It's like stare the queer, or whatever.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah,
and like, but like, yeah, like queer was definitely the more popular slur. At the time in the South, like you want to like scare a Southern kid. It's like is the thought of like the Southern dad grabbing the belt and saying, "No son of mine's going to be a queer," and snapping the belt like that. Like it, that was like a
it's
very
interesting that it's so regional though, because like I think I only ever heard queer used as a slur like on TV.
Yeah, it was kind of one of those things where like by the time I was like growing up. I didn't hear it as commonly in that context, but most people, like I would say, like maybe like 1 or 2 years older than you and older who like grew up in the South, like to them, it's like, it
was a grave insult. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's also like, cause I have a sociologist for a mother. And like, I remember going to like women's studies things, departmental things, and like hearing that word, I don't know when they started using it as like queer studies, but like queer studies was put under the women's studies department when it was still a separate department. It got folded under interdepartmental studies in 2009. But and that then it's like 2011 that my mom went from that to back to sociology as an adjunct. And like, but I don't remember any issues with that, but also, ivory tower,
Yeah, and like at least according to Wikipedia, it says the efforts to reclaim the word began in the late 80s when you were born. So there you go.
Yeah, it's probably not really used as an insult at least in the West by that point.
And like
like the West tends to be the cultural driver of the U.S.
Yeah, and like there are definitely like other people from around the country that also feel a bit weird about using queer, but it just seems like, at least like
I've always seen it as like really old people are,
yeah, like, or like British or something like that, but that's very queer. He's a bit of a queer. Yes, I know it just means strange and odd, but nevertheless, they still used it. They considered the homosexual strange and odd, but hence the association. But the point is, like,
a British person, it would be more like trying to reclaim the term fairy,
fairy was common in the South too.
Well, it wasn't really an insult, though, was it?
It
was more of like it's more like
like
how queer began to associate with gay people. Where it's like, oh, that Freddie
like,
over there, he's just a little queer.
Well, so I would also say in the South, which actually it's kind of funny because the South is fairly Anglophile culturally in its roots, so maybe that's probably why. But no, fairy was definitely also, it wasn't the same level as like vagé or queer, but calling someone a fairy was still like, like the equivalent of like, I would say it was still stronger than being called like a dork or a nerd. It was stronger than that. So it was still kind of enough of an insult where like you would expect a bully to say like I don't know, like here's an example. Oh, you're listening to Twisted Sister. What are you, some kind of fairy? Like that type of like usage was like, because
to me that sounds like Saturday morning cartoon. Like,
well, I mean,
we're not allowed to say the bad words, so we said fairy instead.
Well, so part of it is that like queer and vagé, aside from being harder at the time, like those words are almost kind of like specifically focused on you find males hot and want to have sex with males, like but like fairy though had the additional implication of quote unquote acting gay. So it wasn't just saying like it wasn't saying like, oh, what are you, gay? But it was also kind of like calling something gay. It's like, oh, you're a sissy. It had sissy implications with it. So
sissy
like
is another perfect example of where it could be used as a slur, but nobody really accepted it as a.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's like similar to sissy. It's kind of at that level of offense where it's not a slur, but like at the same time, it's maybe not like nerd or dork, because like you can. It's so innocent calling someone a nerd and a dork. It's just like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
But like if you knew someone who started like calling people like pussies and sissies, you would kind of be like, I'm gonna view you a little bit differently now, sort of thing. But yeah, like calling someone a fairy was definitely kind of that equivalent. At least in the South.
It was basically after I got out of the army that I started stopped using the word pussy to mean like being a wuss,
Yeah.
Basically being less manly than expected.
We're as strong as pussies. Pussies give birth. Do you know how tough that is? So I want our regiment to be nothing but a load of pussies.
Is that from something?
Well, no, I've heard usually it's from the feminist angle rather than the joke angle, but feminist angle like, what do you mean? Why do we use pussies for weak? Do you know like how tough childbirth is? And it's like, that's actually a fair point. I mean, when you consider the muscular strain and pain involved with one, like that's pretty tough. You know?
And the point was always the effeminization. It was literally the same thing as saying like girly, you know. Like I used to call it a pussy bar, and now you just call it a sissy bar on a motorcycle, and that's still the official name.
But also, it's just like you have the word wuss. It's right there.
Mm-hmm.
It even has mostly the same syllables. It's not that hard. But
yeah, well, that's I use wuss.
So hello, live audience.
Or sissy. Sissy works great, but like, wussy doesn't really flow. Wussy bar, because that's, if you look at the passenger seat on a motorcycle, oftentimes there will be like a little bar behind it. Yeah. That's the sissy bar. And that was absolutely referring to female genitalia. It's like, you don't have it's called riding bitch, right?
Well, hello, live audience. Have you enjoyed our discussion on LGBT related slurs that we probably shouldn't have said on Twitch? Well, no.
We didn't actually say any. We didn't say the F slur. We didn't. Well, I mean, you had a creative way of saying
it. Yes.
But we didn't actually say the F slur. We didn't. I mean, we were dealing with like. Isn't it great that the John Birch Society managed to never drop an N-bomb?
Oh, I was, I wasn't, I assumed that there wouldn't be one since you'd seen this before, but at the same time, I probably should have expected one somewhere in there.
I mean, I hadn't seen it all. I just was, I only used it for clips before.
It just plays the Gap bands, "You Dropped a Bomb on Me" as it gets ready to drop it. You hear the sirens and you're like, oh no.
Yeah.
Right as they say, it's like, oh god.
It really wouldn't be out of place for them, right?
Communists would have you believe that this traditional American term is racist, but we assure you.
Yeah. Oh, we're the John Birch Society. Yeah. But there were parts though that it showed like graphic mutilation. Like there were a couple of points, like last stream especially, there was a couple of points in this stream as well that I had to skip forward because of because it was showing like dead bodies and stuff. Like
it is kind of interesting how like there are some ways where we've become desensitized and some ways where we've become more sensitized, and I find it interesting how like, and it's probably just because so many people at the time just would end up being soldiers or seeing a dead body just because of how different the times were, but how back then it's like, I don't care how gory this is, you need to see this. And then now it's just like, ooh, that person has a cut that's kind of a little too big, maybe we should blur that out a little bit,
Yeah.
Kind of how gore is one of the few things where we're just like, no, maybe let's censor that a little better,
Yeah. Well, it makes sense. I mean, like some of the imagery in this was like truly gory.
And of course, now we're more aware of psychological scarring, but nevertheless.
Yeah, I suppose, but like it also like that was done with purpose, like there were parts of it where they were like, we're going to traumatize you. And like there's points that's good to do. Like, for instance, I kind of vehemently against like YouTube doesn't want you to show bodies when talking about the Holocaust.
Yeah.
And like fuck you. No, like that's like, just denialism right there.
Like I kind of understand when it comes to like gore, but like not like I don't think that like a dead body should count as like something to be censored. Like as long as it's not like brutally mutilated, like if you just see like a dead corpse, I mean, it's
and
it's
like
terrible, but like I don't,
I mean, I wasn't showing any like mutilation or anything like that.
Well, yeah, because I actually don't get demonetized very often, but one of the few times I did get demonetized was I made a video on Napoleon III, and he just happened to have had it wasn't an open casket, but there is like a picture of him dead in his deathbed. And so
that was demonetized?
Because it was a dead body.
The hell? I show dead bodies all the time.
Like I said, this is the only time it's ever happened.
You know how sometimes they pick and choose.
It will. Plus, this was also like, I want to say like 2017, 2018. So it was a long time.
Oh, like right at the apocalypse.
Yeah, so like it was a long time ago oh God, it's weird saying that. A long time ago in 2017.
All 6 years ago. But yeah.
All right, my voice is starting to give out.
Yeah, it's time I need to get some dinner, and it's almost 11. But yeah, think about some drug stuff. So think about some drug stuff. Oh, God, that's a terrible way of phrasing
I'll put on some Floyd.
Some drug war propaganda.
Hello. Is there anybody in there? Just not if you can hear me.
And those in the chat, it would be. Can you? Anyways, yeah, those in the chat, feel free to message me on Twitter or Facebook or whatever, or on Discord. Your some ideas if you have any ideas on some drug war propaganda. What we have seen today is the end of the John Birch Society propaganda, which was basically setting up all the arguments that we will see in like conservative media nowadays. They're trying to divide us. All this is fake. It's a communist plot.
Who knew a tree would be the root of so much?
And I think that's a good way to end it.
Bye, everybody.
So, good night, everyone, and hope you learned a little bit from this crazy, crazy time.